Okay, this is a short biography of Professor Dr. Ani Maria Suti. Professor Ani, born on 25th September 1959. Her current position was academic staff and head of Division of Wildlife Ecology and Management in the Department of Forest Resources Conservation and Ecotourism, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. She also occupied other positions like governing body of WWF Indonesia, supervisory body of Kehati Foundation, supervisory board of Burung Indonesia, advisory board of the Center for Transdisciplinary and Sustainable Sciences, CTSS, IPB University. Ibu Professor Ani, or Ibu Ani as we call it in our department, earned her PhD in 1992 and master's in 1987 from Michigan State University in Wildlife Ecology and Management, and her BSc, or Sarjana Kehutanan, from IPB University in 1982. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Professor Dr. Ani Maria Stuti to come forward and chair this session. Ibu Professor Ani, the forum is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Resti, for the nice introduction. Oops, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start with this session because, as you know, as mentioned by Ibu Resti, we have 6 speakers, but we have very limited time until about noon. So I would like, 3 of the first speakers will be online. The other 3 will be directly. But before that, I would like to thank to the organizing committee for their trust for me to moderate this important session in this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let me check my watch, 9:38. We are about 8 minutes late, but I think that's okay. We still have enough time for all of those first speakers. I would like to invite to the stage Bapak Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Jaikirana, Master of Science. Pak Gunawan, monggo Pak, temani saya Pak. And then Pak Roda is still involved in a conversation, that's okay. Ibu Delima, Bu Eli, mangga Ibu. Silakan Pak, pilih tempat yang mana saja Pak. Pak Roda is still engaged in a conversation. I think we will invite him later on. So, as mentioned in your book program, there will be 6 speakers. The first speakers would be Professor Edgar Turner. He is now in the UK. Good thing that we have modern technology. So he already had a we will listen to the recorded speech later on. Second speakers also, Professor Antonius Suwanto. He is now in the Netherlands, but he can deliver the speech by himself via Zoom. The third speaker would be Professor Chong Kim Pin. He will also deliver his pre-recorded speech. And then we have another 3 speakers that will be, of course, they are here and we can hear them directly to deliver their speech. Okay, Professor Turner, are you there? Oops, sorry, he is not. He's not. Yes, he is here, but he already prepared a pre-recorded speech. Okay, I think, sorry, kita berpisah dulu dengan Ibu Musdalifah. Ibu, terima kasih Ibu, thank you for your speech. Pak Roda, could you kindly go to the stage? Thank you, Paroda. Sorry, Professor Turner. Okay. Aduh, sorry. Yes, we understand that. That's okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Professor Edgar C. Turner. He will deliver his speech, pre-recorded speech, entitled Insect Ecology Group. Oh, sorry. He is from the Insect Ecology Group, University Museum of Zoology. Oh, I think we have a CV here. University Museum of Zoology, Cambridge in the UK. And his speech would be entitled Managing Established Oil Palm to Increase Biodiversity. Go ahead, please. Could you play the recorded speech of Professor Turner? Thank you. IT team, are you ready? One moment, please. But Professor Turner is standby over there, so in case we have you have a question, we can have a question and answer in the very last session. I mean, after all of them have already delivered their speech. We are really sorry for the technical difficulties. Oops.
Hello, my name is Ed Turner. I'm based at the University Museum of Zoology in Cambridge. It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you this morning at the International Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. What I'd like to try and do over the next 15 minutes or so is think a bit more about the understory within commercial oil palm plantations. As a long-lived perennial crop, the understory can develop quite a lot in oil palm. It can be very complex, and that can support quite a range of different species. Hello, my name is Ed Turner. I'm based at the University Museum of Zoology in Cambridge. It's an absolute pleasure to talk to you this morning at the International Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. What I'd like to try and do over the next 15 minutes or so is think a bit more about the understory within commercial oil palm plantations. As a long-lived perennial crop, the understory can develop quite a lot in oil palm. It can be very complex, and that can support quite a range of different species. The other side of it is that the management of that understory can vary a lot between different plantations, with some plantation managers applying large amounts of herbicide, others much less. What we really wanted to try and do in our study in the BEFTA project was understand the impacts of those varying management treatments on biodiversity and ecosystem processes. And we did that with an experimental approach based in Riau in Indonesia. This is a collaborative project between the University of Cambridge and Cinemas Agro-Resources Technology Research Institute. What we did was set up a series of 6 replicated triplets, which you can see here. So we're based within Riau, and these are our replicated plots. If we were to zoom in on each one of these 6 different replicates, what we'd see is something like this. Well, we've got 3 different treatments represented within those plots. What we had was a before-after control investigation. So this is what it looked like pre-treatment. Each of the replicates, each of the plots within those treatments was the same. And that, in this case, in these plantations, is a business as usual treatment, a normal treatment. That involved some herbicide spraying around the palms and on access paths, but not in the rest of the understory. So what you can see is quite a leafy understory plantation. And we collected data from these plots for a whole year before changing the management in 2 of them. We applied these treatments at random to end up with 3 different treatments in each of our different triplets. One, which was simply carrying on as normal, the normal treatment, business as usual. One which was a reduced treatment, and this involved heavy applications of herbicides, which you can see here, reducing the understory complexity in plantations. And then an enhanced treatment, which involved stopping all herbicide spraying and allowing the understory to regrow, but with mechanical clearance to allow access to the palms and also harvesting, though we had to do far less than that than we might have thought. Of course, having set up these large plots, they really are large plots, which I should have flagged. Each of these different plots here, the treatment plots, are 150 metres by 150 metres inside, with a central 50 by 50 metre area where we carried out most of our sampling. And in terms of the sampling itself, having established these plots, we really tried to measure a whole range of different biodiversity, and I'm going to concentrate mostly on biodiversity results today. In particular, we carried out some fogging to monitor canopy insects living in the understory canopy itself. We used special traps to collect insects and monitor the diversity of insects in the understory of plantation. We put out dung to measure dung beetles. We used camera trap approaches to look for small mammals within the plots. We put out baited traps for rats. We did point counts for birds. We did lots of transect walks as well for larger insects, recording their numbers as we walked around. That included dragonflies and butterflies, these beautiful Nephilah spiders, these larger golden orb-webbed spiders, and also assassin bugs, one shown here, Cicanus, a really important pest species, a predator species for pests within plantations. And we also measured herbivore numbers on oil palm fronds by cutting down set fronds. A whole range of different things, different species we're measuring within the plantations, within our plots. We also measured rainfall and local microclimate, so measuring a whole range of different aspects of the environment within these areas as well. And we also measured lots of aspects of yield and also function within these plots as well. I'm not going to be presenting all of these results today, just really a snapshot. But this included herbivory damage, both on the large palms and also with baby palms that were planted in the understory, so we can look at the rate of herbivory change over time. We put out mealworms to measure predation levels. And we also looked at spider consumption rates. We also looked at leaflet decomposition, actually with little almost like tea bags in the understory of the plantations, seed predation, and also pollination. And finally, of course, we measured yield as well, both in terms of the weight of the bunches and in terms of number of bunches. Again, I'm not going to be presenting data on that today because we're still processing this information. I'm going to concentrate on most of the biodiversity effects today, just to give you a taster of how management within plantations can really impact biodiversity in immediate terms. First things, I suppose, thinking about some key results from our study, which manipulated the understory complexity within plantations, was that we found really quite high diversity for an agricultural system. And that's illustrated here with dragonflies, this beautiful Nanophea here, showing a dragonfly we commonly found in plantations. In particular, we found 46 species of dragonflies just within our plots, which is about 17% of the total recorded in Sumatra. This is far lower than you get in the forest, but it's still very high for an agricultural system. And that included 3 new records for Sumatra. So we were surprised at how much diversity there was within these mature plantations. We also found that the treatments resulted in a big impact in terms of the understory complexities. This is more or less showing that our project worked. This is beautiful data from Dedi Panamu, analysed by Sarah Luke. And what we're looking at here is the enhanced plots in black, and the normal plots in sort of dark grey, and then the reduced plots in light grey, both before and after treatment. And hopefully what you can see is the enhanced plots go up a little bit in terms of mean cover of vegetation. We could use different measures to show vegetation, but generally the cover went up. Whereas in contrast, the reduced treatment, it went right down, i.e. there was a big impact. Spraying herbicide reduced the complexity, so our experiment worked, and it had impacts on the understory community within this system. That had knock-on impacts on the species found within these different systems. This is data here for butterflies collected by Andreas Advento here and analysed by Valentine Rees-Swolliver. And what she looked at here, and Valentine's plotted here, is pre-treatment 2013 and post-treatment for the 3 different treatments, reduced in red, normal in blue, and enhanced in green. And hopefully what you can see is the red ones are dropping right down between the treatments. So between pre and post treatment, there are far fewer butterflies in terms of abundance and in terms of number of species. So reducing the understory, reduced butterflies. We found exactly the same thing for a predatory group here. This is data again collected by Advento, analysed in this case by Jake Stone. And what is looked at here is again the same thing. We've got pre and post, and we've got 3 different colours for treatments, with red again being reduced. And hopefully you can see again, reduced treatment is dropping right down in both of these assassin bug species, the Sicanus on the top here, and the Cosmolestes on the top here, and the Sicanus on the bottom. 2 important pest control species within these plantations are being reduced by having reduced understory complexity, so potential knock-on effects in terms of predation. We found a very similar trend with spiders. So what we found here is kind of like a finer scale, but lots of different surveys of spiders, both before treatment and then after treatment here as well. And what we found was that the reduced treatment dropped off much more than the other 2, the enhanced and the normal treatment, shown in darker colours here. So essentially, again, remove the understory, you lose some of these really large spiders. It's a potential big impact here in terms of predation. Surprisingly, we weren't expecting this. We also found these kind of impacts in terms of the larger species within plantations as well. So this is data that's been, data collection that's been led by Mohamed Naeem, who you might hear from today as well. What they're looking at here is camera trap data of leopard cats kind of over time. Whoops. And what we find here is now plotting the difference between before and after treatment. So it's relative difference. Hopefully you can see 1 year after treatment, the bar for the enhanced plots here is higher than that from normal and the reduced. So what this is basically showing is the enhanced plots have got more leopard cat activity in them post-treatment compared to the other plots. We think probably what's going on here is that these plots are being really good. They're kind of acting as a resource for leopard cats. So they're moving in to use these plots perhaps to rest during the day, perhaps even to have their kittens. These results actually led through to changes in ecosystem function as well. I'm just going to cherry pick here. I've not got time to go into much detail. What we found was, comparing the enhanced, the normal and the reduced, lower levels of position, perhaps associated with lower numbers of invertebrates in these reduced plots. Data here from Andreas Avento, again analysed by Adam Ashton Butt. And we found the same thing again, thinking about levels of predation, levels of herbivory. Reduced levels of herbivory levels about 9% lower in enhanced plots compared to normal plots. Presumably, again, as a result, perhaps of this higher predation. We also found that certain predators were important for controlling herbivory. So we did some extra manipulations, removing or excluding ants and birds from individual fronds. This is how we measured the herbivory. We'd photograph the fronds at 0.1 and 0.2 and then be able to calculate the kind of damage kind of over time with these different plots. And what we found was basically when you exclude ants, you get higher levels of herbivory, significantly higher. No such effect for birds. So beginning to tie down exactly what it is about these plots, what species within them might be aiding in terms of reducing the herbivory levels, eating pests. I just wanted to finish off with 2 new studies which we've been carrying out, which are really expanding the understory work in a variety of different ways. And again, these are collaborations between the University of Cambridge and Cinemass Agro-Resources and Technology Research Institute. And the first one here is the RERTA project, the Riparian Ecosystem Restoration Tropical Agriculture Project. What we're doing here is we've set up experimental plots looking at different ways to restore river margins within established oil palm plantations as they're replanted. And this is work that's really being coordinated by Gung Ariana up here, who's really managed the whole project in the field, and Sarah Luke from our side, who's been managing the data side of things. And what we've basically got here is 4 different treatments, including a control treatment, where these plantations are being replanted right up to the river buffer, and then an enrichment planting treatment, where 6 different native tree species are being planted in 50-metre bands around the rivers. We've also got 2 other treatments, which include just maintaining mature oil palm during the replanting in the same size band, and a final treatment, which is doing both. It's maintaining the mature oil palm and underplanting the trees. We're at the early stages of this project, but these plots are all now established, and the trees are growing incredibly well. So we planted over 10,000 tree seedlings. We've got these large sections of river replicated across 2 different rivers, which have been restored in a variety of ways. We're beginning now to measure, we carried out in the last year, measuring more and more aspects of biodiversity and ecosystem functioning within these plots. And you can see here this beautiful image from Smart Tree here of how well these plots were established. They really begin to look like forest margins within these oil palm landscapes. This is putting forest back in. The other thing we've been trying to do is expand the results of the Understory project more into a smallholder context. And in particular, we've had a highly collaborative project which includes Smart Tree, but also a whole range of other institutions here as well, including IPB University, where we've been monitoring understory and structural complexity within over 100 smallholder plantations in both Malaysia and Indonesia. And in these plots, we've been measuring again aspects of structural complexity, aspects of management, and then aspects of biodiversity and ecosystem processes as well. We're the early days in this project. It's just kind of coming to an end in terms of the data collection side of things. We'll start analysing all of this in detail soon, but I just wanted to give you a taster for this. What we found is that different types of plantation managers do very different things. There's very variable management across smallholders. This is illustrated here for data from Indonesia. We've got three different distinct types of advice being given to smallholders. We've got the first group, which is plasma farms managed by a large-scale plantation. Second is plasma farms managed by farmers but advised by a large-scale plantation. And then finally, fully independent swadaya farmers. What you can hopefully see is across these three different treatments, we've got here the kind of managed by INTI, managed by farmers, swadaya. We've got very different amounts of herbicide, for example, going on. So just to illustrate the range of different management there could be, and it's really exciting to see what impact that has in terms of the biodiversity and the ecosystem function within these plots. So I'm going to finish there, but hopefully what I've tried to do over the last 15 minutes is really show you that tweaks to the management, changes to the herbicide regime can have really dramatic impacts in terms of the number of species that can be found within these large-scale commercial plantations. And I finished by thinking about ways that our larger group, really it's a collaboration, so none of this is my own work, it's lots and lots of collaboration with lots of other people, has been able to expand some of that work and thinking about how we can manage on a larger scale with the riparian restoration, and also how these results may play out in smallholder as opposed to commercial plantations. And just to finish by thanking everyone who collaborated on this project, so all of the logos at the bottom here, and particularly our funders and the Smart Tree staff and researchers and smallholder collaborators, without whom this project would certainly not be possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Turner. Let's give him a big applause. It seems that this is a very interesting and beneficial, or new information for us. Hopefully you can continue with your field experimental research in Riau. And we hear from him that there are really high insect biodiversity in oil palm plantation. And he also concluded in reducing herbicide application can lead to a significant increase in many different taxa, including several groups of predators, with implication to pest control and more sustainable oil palm management. Thank you again, Professor Turner. Let us move on, please. Stay with us because we will have a question and answer later on, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our program. Next is Professor Antonius Suwanto. He's from IPB University actually, but he is now somewhere in the Netherlands. Selamat pagi mungkin di sana, Pak Antonius. Can you hear us? Okay, loud and clear. Thank you very much. So next is your turn, Professor Suwanto, and he is from the Division of Microbiology, Department of Biology from IPB University, my colleague actually. And that are his impressive bio. And this morning, Professor Suwanto would like to give a speech entitled Soil, again, Soil Microbiome and Sustainable Oil Palm Plantation. Hopefully you can wrap it up in 15 minutes or so, because we are having some time management over here. Okay, over to you, Professor Suwanto. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ani. May I just share my screen, please? Okay, this is the title of my presentation. I would like to give more on the review of the microbiome for sustainable oil palm plantation here. If we can see here, Actually, plant can build a diverse array of fixed carbon from CO2. Actually, we cannot do that like animal human. But plant can do that. You can see here across cellulose and all of our carbohydrates derived from CO2. So plant can use CO2 directly. That's what we learn actually. And also including oil and oil palm. That's from fixed CO2, just from the atmosphere. And this is due to the presence of the amazing organelle that we know, chloroplast. This amazing part is that the chloroplast is actually a bacteria. Billions years ago, this is part of the endothelium in plant cell. So this is what I would like to point out for the lyser and related nitrogen. This is for carbon. So even plant can fix CO2, but plant alone could not fix nitrogen. And nitrogen is very abundant across in atmosphere. You can see here 78% is actually nitrogen or air that we breathe in. And it's essential, of course, because we know air is part of the protein and some, of course, nucleic acid. All living systems need nitrogen. So the nitrogen must be in the form of nitrate or ammonia in this case, so that can be absorbed or converted into protein by plant. But then, how can like in the nuts here, for example, in the forest of eastern part of Indonesian island have no fertilizer area. They grew abundantly here. And where does the fix and come from actually? Plant should not fix nitrogen directly, but then how these trees actually here grow abundantly without any additional fertilizer. So the key is soil actually a lot. But the soils contain at least 10 to 12 organic units per gram. And soil microbiome that we define here is a collection of indigenous microbes that can exist or make microbial community in soil. This is a terminology that maybe we have to all understand or have a similar functionality. So if we look at, for example, in the system of traditional system like in Bali, they have a subak system, they have very good air irrigation and also distribution of microorganisms here. You can just pick up any mud or water from rice and you can grow it internally. You will find many types of bacteria, and this type of bacteria is photosynthetic. This bacteria actually diastrophic bacteria. The only biological system that can fix nitrogen. So not plant, not animal, but bacteria. And the bacteria convert nitrogen into the nitrogen system compound that can be converted, that can be absorbed by plant. So this diastroph is amazing because from billion years they can fix nitrogen and make it into ammonia and subsequently to nitrate through the enzyme of nitrogen. This of course they need a lot of energy, the ATP. And human actually come up with the idea to fix nitrogen synthetically, and this is using our If you react with carbon dioxide, then you get urea, and that urea is the main drive for agriculture, fertilizer that we need. So this is actually that man-made that right now brings rise to the green revolution. Because synthetic fertilizer, including urea, still the green revolution. So we are successful in high yield any agricultural product because of this one. However, we should look at this. That soil consists of many bacteria. The bacteria that normally fix nitrogen, if you present it with the method that is already fixed, and urea, they turn off the expression system and become lazy, not fixing nitrogen anymore. And even maybe has been wiped out and stayed by other bacteria. So excessive use of synthetic fertilizer not only back to the environment, it could cause diseases, imbalance in the microbial community. The microbiome change in this case and lead to disease or even non-productive soil. So this is very important that we understand that our synthetic fertilizer of course facilitate green revolution, successful in producing high yield from that. But also excessive use of this synthetic fertilizer causes diseases in terms of microbiome composition. So the question is for whether we can make evergreen, not just green revolution. This is actually evergreen in these cases, a sustainable agriculture. But to do that, we need to understand about microbiome. We need to care about microbiome. So when I start here, many startups related to the microbiome, meaning like analyzing microorganisms associated with the rhizosphere or the biosphere or the soil here, you can see that a healthy microbiome, soil microbiome, has more diversity of bacteria compared to disease soil. This is very obvious from many studies that have been conducted, at least in the past 15 to 10 years. Of course, it is very new, and we have to learn that microbiome is important in this management or even for the fertilizer application. A recent study in Nature Sustainability here conducted by the Chinese scientists using long-term experiment. This is 10 to 16 years. They monitor how actually long-term green yield and soil fertility increase because of intercropping. And intercropping in this case also associated with the diversity of microbiome. So this is very interesting because the study not just short term, but this is conducted until 16 years observation, and we can take a look on how this actually give us more insight on the diversity microbiome related to the yield and soil fertility. So in this case, plant and soil microbiome actually could reduce synthetic fertilizer if used properly, and provide actually their vitamin hormone that is very useful for the normal growth of plants. Many of these microbiome also have been shown to protect from infection, meaning in this, it comes more modern techniques such as molecular biology to study microorganisms, because many microorganisms fail to grow. For example, if you just isolate it, such as bacteria, the orange one grows if there is no white colony. So if we just isolate only the orange colony, we might think and we might think that there is no bacteria. So this is very important to keep in mind. So this diaspora has been billions of years for natural civilization. Then, in the past 200 years, human made synthetic fertilizers. But still that time, some kind of plant, like legume, try to fix nitrogen themselves. But until now, they still utilize microorganisms. You see, one is also two more. But this is part of the tools like the chloroplast and microbiome. Maybe someday this part becomes plant organism also. So this is for long term inside we could think about how plants try to fix nitrogen inside, meaning that they will not use nitrogen anymore, then directly nitrogen from the air. Also, for sustainable oil palm, we need to have more understanding on the interconnection and complementation among biomass and carbon. And the second, we have to understand about plant and soil microbiome. This is very important because microbiome is just come later on. People just really understand this one, not just like plant and animal before, but they just come later because the techniques also come up with this type of things. In the short-term practices, actually, we can do like more of the control use of synthetic fertilizer. We think about intercropping system, because this one is indirectly will enrich the microbiodiversity and to enrich the microbiome in soil. And we have to develop biological agents. But this biological agent must be genuine, because you can get biological control, biological agent, anything, but there is only enough from the textbook, but not the real one. This is the problem with the biological control agent. So, I think for what I have, what to convey the message, it is time to learn from microbes. They have been in our planet for millions of years. They already understand how to do something, including the plant. So for more productive and sustainable oil palm industry, we have to learn with microbes and microbiome. And this needs to input together with the techniques associated with molecular biology, biotechnology related to that one. So with that, I would like to look and thank you for all of your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Antonio Suwanto. Let's give him a big applause. The message is very clear. Soils are alive. Probably that's the most important quote of today's session. Yeah. Fixing bacteria, fixing nitrogen is very important, and he also suggests to reduce synthetic fertilizers, to increase microbiome, and also do many intercropping to enrich microbiome. And probably it will also related to your to Dr. Gunawan Jayakirana later on, because they are speaking the same theme on the soil microbiome. Again, thank you very much. Please stay with us because there will be again question and answer later on. And let us move to another speaker. Our next guest speaker would be Professor Chong Kim Pin. He is from Malaysia, from Sabah. Hello there. Are you there, Professor Pim?
Good morning.
Ah, that's very good. You are there. So greeting from Indonesia. You are in Sabah right now.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. IT team, could you show me? Okay, there he is right now. Okay, you already gave us your pre-recorded speech, right? Okay, so now we would like to play your speech, but again, stay with us in case there will be a question and answer later on. IT team, could you play Professor Pim's recorded speech? Very good. Go ahead.
Very good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to become one of the keynote speakers for the third International Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. Very good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to become one of the keynote speakers for the third International Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. I would like to send my apology also for unable to be with you today physically because I have another concurrent event in Malaysia. I'm going to share with you through these recordings about the harnessing the potentials of soil microbial diversity for rejuvenating soil health of oil palm plantation. I am Chong Kim Pin from the Faculty of Science and Natural Resources, University of Malaysia Sabah, and also affiliated to the Research Management Center and academic research on palm oil sustainability's APOS network. Before I proceed further, I would like to quickly introduce you with our campus, University of Malaysia Sabah. University of Malaysia Sabah, we have 3 campuses. So this is the main campus in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. And we also have another two campuses in Labuan and also in Sandakan. So this is a quick overview about our university's locations and also some images. And for APOS, academics research on palm oil sustainability, our president is Professor Danny Ng, who is from Harold Watt University. And we have a team and also one of the committee members of this APOS. We have a vision for this APOS network is mainly for academics palm oil sustainability research to fit directly into the decision-making process in the palm oil industry and government policy making, thus improving the sustainabilities of the palm oil industry with a mission to bring together academicians to produce a multidisciplinary and applicable research in collaboration with the palm oil industry, government bodies, and also other stakeholders. These are some of the objectives. We have about 10 objectives of the network, APOS network. Currently, we have about 110 full and also associate members for APOS who comes from different universities, mainly academics universities, and some from industries as the affiliate. For today's talk, I'm going to share with you about 5 small topics. The first is on productivities versus cost versus profit. What is healthy soil, the components of soil, oil palm soil, and soil microbiome. This is the biggest topic we're going to discuss today. And lastly, the way forward. It is a very simple theory, let's say the simple understandings, or we call it rules of thumb, which we always think about, especially for planters, we think about the productivity, we think about the cost, and what is the profit that we get out of the investment that we have actually invested. So we need better planting materials through improvements of breeding materials, improvements of techniques. And of course, we consider the better asset management in terms of the labels, improving the harvestings, fertilizations, mechanizations, and also management of pests and disease. However, one of the basic components that we always degraded or probably be overlooked, which is the soil. It's one of the basic components that we need to look into thoroughly and carefully, which is the soil. So what is a healthy soil? Healthy soil, basically, if you check through the different definitions, there's so many different definitions of healthy soil. But basically, in a very simple way, healthy soil is the soil with good quality, which continue capacities of soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustain our plants, animals, and even the humans. And it's also about creating a robust soil that can withstand all these impacts, especially when we are dealing with agriculture, without losing the fertility, the structures and the biological activity that we want. In other words, healthy soil is a combination of minerals, rock, water, air, organic metals, microorganisms, and many other things. And it can be defined as a web that carries out a process that continually replenish the soil and maintains long-term soil fertility. This is what we talk about for healthy soil. But when we look into more details about what are the components that actually make up of this soil, then how actually it is possible to make it into a healthy soil. So in brief, basically we have a few features of soil, like the physical features, the chemicals, and also the biological features that we know very well. However, understanding and managing our soil is a vital step in ensuring the long-term sustainability of agriculture, especially when dealing with some of these perennial crops and also long-term crops. It is important for us to understand that soil health issues are interrelated and are difficult to treat as a single issue. When we look into some of the basic references that we always have, we try to classify the soil nutrient status, especially for oil palm. These are one of the examples for the soil nutrients status or soil nutrients requirements probably for the oil palm, from very low to very high. So what are the pH, the percentage of organic carbons, the percentage of nitrogen or even phosphorus and others nutrients that is necessary for the growth of oil palm. So to move on, for the yield that we want or the return that we want, one of the best way or most practice is actually by the usage of chemical fertilizers. So I will say that to achieve this targeted yield, most of the time, and it's necessary to use chemical fertilizers. That actually is very difficult for us to run away from chemical fertilizer. Yeah, of course, we can consider using organic fertilizers, but for oil palm, it is very challenging if we are fully dependent only on organic fertilizer. That's why we can see that most of the plantations worldwide for oil palm, they are using chemical fertilizers. Of course, with probably a little bit of substitutions with other organic materials. However, the utilization of excessive chemical fertilizers may lead to some adverse effects. I think this is very common, and for many researchers, many research and studies have shown that there are a lot of these effects may not immediately obvious because as we know that the soil basically have a very strong buffering power due to the components that we have discussed earlier. So one of the effects is actually when we talk about soil acidification, which is especially comes from the usage of nitrogen fertilizer. So we apply these nitrogen fertilizers in a large amounts over time and for long. This probably can damage the topsoil and resulting in reduced crop yields. Sandy soils probably are more prone to soil acidification than the clay soils. And the clay soils probably have the ability to buffer the effects of the excess chemicals fertilizers better. And also the presence of a number of acids in soil, especially like hydrochloric acids and sulfuric acids, creates a damaging effect to the soil, which actually refer as a soil friability. Ladies and gentlemen, friable soil is very important because soil clumps is important. The concept combination of humus or some decompositions of natural materials such as dead leaf with clay and etc. etc. So these mineral soil clumps are essential to soil drainage and greatly improve our air circulations in the soil to make the soil fertile, to make the soil have sufficient air, and also as the chemicals in the chemical fertilizer destroy all these soil clumps, the result is highly compacted soil with reduced drainage and air circulation. So as the effects of these chemical fertilizers, it probably can contribute to these compactions and others problem. So the persistent use of chemical fertilizers also may also cause the disruptions to the soil microbiome. The soil microbiome we're going to discuss in more detail. For example, affecting the soil pH. As we know that the changes of soil pH will eliminate some of these microbials or microorganisms that actually benefiting the plant, and to some extent helping and improving the plant health, especially to increase the plant's natural defense mechanisms against pests and diseases. To some extent, there's so many reports actually we have found that some of these microbes is very good in helping, for example, nitrogen fixing bacteria are responsible for converting atmospheric oxygen into a form of nitrogen that can be readily used by plants. If we try to gather some of the information about soil microbiome in oil palm soil, there are a lot of reports on the shifting, for example, when we change from loggings, from forest to logging, and even for oil palm plantation, it may alter the soil in terms of changing the physical chemical characteristics, shifting the microbial community, and also changing the nutrient cyclings and many others. So there may be changes also in terms of the total microbial biomass that we can see in which is lowest in oil palm site with an altered of carbon dynamics. Yeah. Others opinions in soil microbiomes also includes the changes in the species richness, which is the highest in oil palm compared to others disturbed areas, which is actually a little bit difference from others that being reported earlier. However, the conversions of forests to managed lands may have impact on the community's compositions, but not the diversity. So this is papers published in Frontiers in Microbiology, for example. And we have others also, that other opinions, for example, the metabolics and also genes abundance analysis. When we look into more details, there's also genes associated with nitrogen fixations, motility, competitions, and genes transfer being reduced after the conversions into oil palm land. And when we look into nitrogen fixation bacteria, which is more associated with rainforest soil, nitrifiers, heat-resistant bacteria associated with oil palm soils, and etc. Other opinions include the changes in terms of the true beta diversity, which actually found or reported was higher in oil palm plantation in soil compared to forest soil. So meaning that there's always a mixed opinions. For example, urban plantation soils could have a higher overall gamma diversities than forest soil. So this is another papers being published in Applied and Environmental Microbiology. And many others, I'm just quickly go through some of these references that have the opinions on the soil microbiomes when we talk about oil palm soil. For example, how the clearance of primaries and log forests for oil palm plantations have the impact on the composition of soil, bacteria, communities, and also others effects. So there's always a mixed opinions when it comes to discussing or debating about the impact of soil conversion, the impacts of use of chemical fertilizers to the soil, especially in the oil palm plantation soil. This is one of the works that being published in Data in Brief back in year 2020. So we look into the relation between the soil microbiomes with the basal stem rot disease, which is one of the major disease that worry the planters in Indonesia and also in Malaysia, that causing a lot of losses. And this is caused by Gardnerella boninians, which is one of the most devastating pathogens causing this disease. When we look into the phylum distribution, the species richness, and of course we look into also the number of observed OTUs and the Shannon diversity, you notice that there are so many differences that may happen in relations between area with high basal stem rot disease and the applications of some of these organic materials, and besides using biological control agents, give impact to the soil microbiome in overall. So we try to see these differences by putting them into principles coordinate analysis. We can clearly see the differences, the trend between the applications of biological control agents and also applications of organic materials that actually give impact to the soil microbiome and potentially to reduce this basal stem rot disease. These are some of the write-up that actually about that paper. If you look into the soil with high BSR disease, this is in a place that we have conducted the experiment in Zatlarang, Sahabat, appear to affect the soil microbial communities and diversity compared to most other estates. And the presence of Ganoderma also has an impact on the community structures. So meaning that the presence of pathogen itself actually is impacting the community structures in the soil. And different microbiomes communities could be correlated with the field management. When we talk about field management, I'm referring to the usage of solely depending on chemical fertilizers or the mixtures between chemical fertilizers with some organic materials such as biological control agents and some applications of organic matters and even organic acids. So we see the differences here when we try to compare the different type of management. And soil bacteria's abundance and diversity also vary under different soil physical chemical properties. So can these differences in soil microbiome contribute to the occurrence of diseases such as BSR in palm? So just now I was talking about area with high BSR incident and area with moderate, and last one is area with low BSR incident or basal stem rot disease or Ganoderma disease. So can this microbiome actually be altered and by the practices that the planters are using and contribute to this? Let's just quickly go through some of the works that we have done using different techniques. The previous one I show you is about some metabolomics analysis, soil metagenomics analysis just now. And when we look into here, we also notice that when we zoom in, we notice that low BSR incidence in soil in both estates, for example, whether it is using chemicals, fertilizers, or they're using combination of chemicals, fertilizers with others, has the greatest what we call is average color development AWCD values compared to high BSR area. So it means that they have more activity, catabolic activity of soil microbiome. So when it's a higher catabolic activity in the soil microbiome community, so they have a lower BSR incidence. And also microbial communities in low BSR incidence soil has stronger metabolic activity to utilize the carbon substrate. This is using some basic studies to look into the relations between this. When we try to look into the differences by comparing the Shannon index, the richness, and also the evenness, of course we know that Shannon's index is actually a diversity index where the relative abundance of species is weighted by evenness. So the increase in evenness is associated with significant increase in microbial diversity that we can see some of the different sites that we have here. So LS KCP, this is just the name of the estate that we have. And LB stands for low basal stem rot. HB is the high. So we have also DF, this is the control, and then this is the low, and etc. Okay. So the diversities and evenness in the low BSR disease site are greater than the BSR disease site. So this is the findings that we discovered by comparing and study through the diversities and evenness in the areas with different severity or different incidence of BSR disease. However, all of the E values were less than 0.4, indicating that individuals in the communities were not distributed equitably amongst the species. So next, we also try to look into the utilization of carbon source, which is we found that is higher in disease-free and in low BSR areas. This is a very clear explanations that the diversity is actually better in the area with low BSR conditions. So meaning that there's a very high possibilities the good combination of microbes here actually is reducing or suppressing the activities or the occurrence of the basal stem disease. Yeah? So because we know that higher utilization of carbon source indicate the higher microbial metabolism. This is another work that we try to look into besides the microbes. So what happened to the nutrients or the macros, meso, and even the micronutrients available in the 3 different plantations just now. So if I can quickly go through this ladang sahabat, the LS I was talking about just now, is basically using a very standard chemicals practices, chemicals fertilizers practices, and Kamchong plantation is using combination. They're using fertilizers, which is chemical fertilizers, but at the same time they're using some organic acids in managing the disease. And Warisan Gaga is the one that using more organic fertilizer. At the same time, they're also using some biological control agents. So we can see that most of the elements here in area with high BSR have lower nutrient concentration, and also however K was found low in almost all the soil in the estate lah. Okay, mesonutrient in these 3 estates is actually considered adequate. So however, I would like to point out that actually calcium was found extremely high in disease-free of LS, which is the ladang sahabat just now estate. So meaning that there may be a possibility that this calcium may also contribute to this disease-free area. Okay, disease-free area. So how does applications of biological agents affect the oil palm soil? I quickly go through. So we also do some basics study to look into the microbial populations by looking at the applications of what you call this one biological control agents, or even application of some beneficial microbe. You can notice that these are some simple splatting that you see the samples that we have collected from the different areas of plantation. This is another work actually besides the previous one. So we can see that some of the isolation is very low, especially in fungi. We can see that sometimes we can't successfully isolate any fungi out from this soil before the applications of biological control agents or biological agent. So after application, you can see that more bacteria and more fungi and even yeast are coming back. And importantly, when we try to do this identification of the microbes, there are basically so many new species actually appear. And many of them are actually beneficial microbes after applications of the microbial treatment, or we can say as biological control, or even beneficial microbes treatment. Surprisingly, these are not the microbes that are actually being applied, but it's actually new microbes that are actually not found in the treatment and also was not found earlier. Okay, so there will be somehow that the application of these beneficial microbes or biological control agents may potentially to attract some of others beneficial microbe to come along to this area. Nonetheless, only about 1% of soil microbes are culturable. So which is when we try to do culturing, this is one of the biggest challenges that we have. But of course, by using the soil metagenomics techniques that I showed you earlier, we be able to see the diversity and the community in a better way. Okay, so this is a quick also to show you the differences between the Shannon Diversity Index, where we try to apply different style of biological control agents. For example, we have area with infected without any application of biological control agents, the healthy one, which is not infected palm, And we also have 3 different types of microbes that we apply, combinations like UMS microbe, LSM, and AO. So we can see there's a clear difference when it comes to diversity index, and also in the microbial evenness. So applications actually do give impact or impacted the soil microbes inside there. In terms of the nutrient, the elements, we try to look into nitrogen, phosphorus, aluminium, and a few others. We noticed that the green one is the increase. So the application of biological control agents from different products, we can see that there are more green color. So green colors mean that there's an increase of nitrogen, increase of phosphorus, increase of aluminium, for example. Okay, and if you look at the others, actually they have less, and the blue one actually there's no changes, not much changes. So, as a conclusion, the way forward for healthy soil. Okay, we talk about healthy soil. We cannot deny that the big contributions by the industry and stop from growing oil palm, because Malaysia and Indonesia are the biggest growers of oil palm in the world and the biggest suppliers of palm oil. And we know that palm oil is one of the strongest, it's the most economic oil as well to feed the world, and we need more and more oil food actually to feed the growing population. So there's no way that actually we can stop. There's no way that actually we can deny how important is this oil palm plantation, or how important is oil palm crops to the nation or to the world. And utilization of chemical fertilizers is necessary to achieve the targeted yield, because I have been discussing just now. Yeah, we do have some impacts actually. The pH, the soil microbiome may be affected because of the application of chemical fertilizer. However, we need the chemical fertilizers to support or to achieve the so-called targeted yield, or the demands of nutrients from the plant itself or from the crop itself. So the possible damages created in the agriculture sector has been there for long. If you look into whatever crops or whatever agriculture model that we've been doing, as long as this is modern agriculture, when you come to fertilizer or chemical fertilizer, then you have this problem. However, we can do some things. We can do some things to make this soil healthy, or to make this soil more sustained, or our agriculture more sustainable. So I would like to propose here a few things. For example, is the applications of locus indigenous microbes. So meaning that, well, we have created a new system when we talk about agriculture by modifying, converting forests or whatever things which is earlier to become our agricultural land. So the next thing is now how actually we want to bring back some of the natural goodness from the forest or from the indigenous areas back into our agricultural land. This is by looking into local indigenous microbes from the forest and introduce it back into our agricultural land. So some industry may be interested importing some of the microbes from outside or even from different countries and applying them either as a beneficial microbes or either as a biological control agents. This is probably not that sustained because they are not local, they're not indigenous. There's a very high possibility that they cannot adapt to the local environments, to the local weather, or the temperatures and etc., or even the soil acidity and so on. So the best way is actually is to look for local or to look for indigenous microbes in the particular country and reintroduce it back into our agricultural system. And returning organic matters is very important because the microbes will need food. The microbes will break down all these organic metals, and then it's like not a one way. Just by bringing everything's out, you leave your empty fruit bunches in the meal. So these are the things that need to be returned to the estate. An application of biofertilizer reductions on the dependency of organic, non-organic fertilizers. So what we're talking about here is not to totally change and not to use chemical fertilizer. We know the effect is there. However, we can do some substitutions or reduction of the dependency on the on these chemical fertilizers by reducing. But at the same time, we know that these biofertilizers, we know that these organic fertilizers will bring back some of the good parts and then we can couple together with the chemical fertilizers so you can make your soil healthier and more living. And fertilization applications of agrochemicals based on need. So there's a need to really look into or revisit back, is this the amounts of chemical fertilizer that we need to use, or are we just following the standard that actually being left for us since long time ago? For example, a manual, so we just apply how much per hectare, how much per palm. So is there really a need, or is there an excessive or any too much application? So these are things that we really need to look into. And consideration of integrations with other crops and livestock. This is also one of the way that actually we can improve our soil. They're actually been practicing in many others different type of crops or plants, but not very massively in oil palm plantation. Yeah, although some may be doing that, but it's still not in a very big scale, and there's still a lot of research and more understanding is needed. So the decision is in our hand, whether we want to do it or not, whether we want to just follow the previous practices, just do business as usual, and probably we may end up with other problems. So what we are looking forward is sustainability or sustainable agriculture, sustainable palm oil productions. With that, thank you very much for your time and your attentions.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause to Professor Chong. This is a very comprehensive research indeed, and I think he is echoing the same message that soils are very important. And he also mentioned that a lot of biodiversity occurred there, actually in the soil, and also suggesting us not to use too many or maybe too much fertilizers and use natural processes instead. Okay, thank you again very much, Professor Chong. Next, still another topic on soil. This time we have Dr. Gunawan Jayakirana from IPP University. He is from sama-sama Jawa Timur, Pak, dari Bojonegoro. And he has been doing a lot of research related to the soil, because he is from the Division of Soil Biology and Biotechnology from IPB University. And this morning his speech entitled Optimization of Soil Biodiversity Utilization for Increasing Production of Oil Palm Plantation. Yes, over there you have the floor, hopefully for about 15 minutes, ya Pak ya.
Thank you, Bu Ani. To skip any formality, I will direct my presentation. My title is Optimization of Soil
Suara Bapak
Biodiversity.
nggak begitu dengar, Pak. Could you probably remove your mask? Yes, thank you.
Optimization of soil biodiversity utilization for increasing production of oil palm plantation. Next. My talk will be introduction, many finding about the role of biodiversity, and then the plantation condition, and then optimization of biodiversity, and then conclusion. Next. Yeah, in tropical undisturbed natural virgin forest, like we see here, normally it's very healthy, balanced and stable ecosystem, and the production of biomass and nutrient cycle in that ecosystem is very high. We never saw nobody around to fertilize natural forest, or nobody around run around to spray pesticide, herbicide, or any side substance to controlling any pest or disease. but yet the ecosystem is very healthy and productive. So what is the key factor that support that condition? What can we learn about the natural forest? The key is the biodiversity of the organism, both in above ground and below ground, is very high. So in tropical forest, we know the mega biodiversity. And then there is a good food web establishment in the ecosystem. Next. Findings. What I mean with finding is many research that has been done and reported in many media, including journal, webinar, etc. And part will be shown here. So normally we thought that in the ecosystem always competition, nutrient, light, and water. But how can seedling in the floor of the natural forest can survive and later become successor? According to the old teaching, competition and etc., there will be no survival in the below ground. How can this survive? That is actually through the www, but not the internet, but it's the World Wide Web. This is a fungal network in the forest. Next. How? Not moving. Yeah, that is the WWA to my back. Not a big, no. Next, because I can, from here it's very difficult. No, before this picture. Oh, yeah, the next. If, no, that is correct. Before, yeah, that's it. In the soil, in the forest, there is a lot of fungal network. So if the plant, actually the root is here, but all the white part is the fungal network. So all the root is connected by the fungal. And then the next slide will show, actually, like the sapling or the seedling live in the shore too, but they can live because another plant that is big and can photosynthesis very good. They will give exudate, and then this exudate will be trapped by fungi and then to transfer to another plant. So actually, in the whole ecosystem in the forest, there is no competition, but cooperation and collaboration and helping each other. Next. That is also show that this is a big tree, and then through the fungal network, they give the exudate to feed the other plant. Yeah. And then also this is a cooperation and collaboration between fungi, mycorrhizal, and then a small plant, and then also the big plant. Next. Now, that is the whole wood web wide in the soil is mediated by fungal network. That is the whole forest. Yeah. And the fungal network is 1,000 kilometers. Yeah, that is connected each other. So therefore, if some insect, for example, attack this plant, there will be a message for another plant that there is an attack here. So the other plant can prepare to repel the insect. Next. There is also research that show that in the soil there is a communication. For example, if the aphid attack and then they communicate with another, and then they can also produce some chemical to invite predator for the aphid. So the new teaching is that actually no competition but cooperation between organisms to their own function in the ecosystem. So the biodiversity is a key factor in effective functioning of all living systems. Now, soil biodiversity has an important role in nutrient cycling, water retention, resistance to pests and disease, plant productivity, food security, landscape function, and carbon sequestration. And this all contribute that plant function at their best when there are many different kinds of microbes living around their root. Next. Next. So this is a lot of microbe and fauna who live in the soil, billion and trillion. Okay, next. Yes. So, majority fertilizer, no matter what initial form, goes through microbe before plant. So, fertilizer must be converted by microbe, so plant can take, although the plant can take. Yeah. So, for example, if we give urea cannot be absorbed by plant. So the urea must be converted to ammonium or nitrate by microbes. So microbial biomass also account for 1 to 5% organic and etc. Yeah. Next. So this is also research that show that microbe help the release of the fertilizer mineral. Next. So this is also research that show that crop diversity can increase soil organic matter. And then organic matter has a very important role in the productivity and fertility of the soil. Next. So organic matter is key of food for bacterial and fungal biomass, improve chemical, physical, and biological process, and we should aim 3 to 100% soil organic matter, but it's very difficult actually to get there. And next, this is also show that different crop species support different fungal function group. Yeah. The greatest diversity is in a certain plant. Yeah. Okay, next. So this is also research also already shown by another speaker that cover crop can improve yield. Yeah. Jadi frequent cover crop improve soil food web more than compost. And vegetable yield also greater, yeah, by frequently cover crop system. Next. Our research also show in plantation forest, yeah, that the management of the litter can give around 178 kilogram N, 10 kilogram P, and 106. Similar result also in our research, coconut plantation with practice undergrowth management and his nutrient cycle based system that give like nitrogen 300 kilo, P 24 kilo, and K 364 kilo without any synthetic fertilizer addition. Next. This is the data. Next. This is also the data about the undergrowth. Now is the plantation condition because I run out of time. The plantation condition can be divided like city park, like this, very clean, very clean, very clean. Should like plantation normally, and then like wood, of course. Yeah. So next. This is normal plantation. That the below ground there are a lot of undergrowth, and this is like wood or forest. Yeah, the undergrowth is uncontrolled. Yeah, is less managed. So if we consider that which plantation have bigger diversity, both above or below ground, naturally this have bigger diversity. Yeah. This is also good, but the like part is actually not good. Next. So, like I have said, most plantation is like city park, very clean, like biodiversity, depend heavily on synthetic fertilizer, depend on many synthetic substance, herbicide, pesticide, fungicide, do not practice soil health principle. In the long run, that will not sustainable. So what should be done? To optimize the biodiversity in the plantation, we should apply soil health principle. So like this picture, there's a lot of biodiversity as a cover crop. Next. The soil health principle, we must proliferate the biodiversity of the undergrowth plant. Yeah? So that means maximize continuous living growth, and then minimize disturbance, maximize biodiversity, maximize soil cover. Yeah? That is the 4 health principle that will protect soil, aggregate, and organic matter. Because every plant have a different root system, have different microbe that help the whole system. Next. So managing for biology, so actually most agricultural soil included plantation are carbon depleted. So we should manage for hotspot. Hotspot means a lot of biodiversity. Disturbance destroy habitat and hyper network. So we should support biology to build aggregate and create pore space. Bear, follow, field, provide litter protection and no carbon. So protect the habitat, that means a lot of cover crop. Many fertilizer concentration actually too high for symbiosis. That like the other speaker said, many synthetic fertilizers can kill microbe in the soil. So we should optimal biological nutrient cycling. Agrichemical like herbicide, pesticide normally have devastating effect on the soil biodiversity. So we should optimize plant microbe interaction for plant defense optimization. Next. So the conclusion, soil biodiversity depends heavily on the diversity of the above ground plant. To optimize soil biodiversity, the undergrowth must be kept as dispersed as possible. Cleaning undergrowth by spraying herbicide is absolutely prohibited. Herbicide will not only undergrowth plant but also eliminate soil biodiversity. To achieve high production of the plantation in sustainable way, the knowledge of the role of biodiversity in plantation and recycle practice of undergrowth and litter must be applied as part of the plantation management practice. Soil health principle must be applied in the plantation management. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pak Gunawan, and also we appreciate your effort to make a very efficient speech. Again, another clear message to make a healthy soil, healthy soil ecosystem. Okay, next. We already discussed about small organism. We have insects this morning, and then more and more microbes. I think we have 3 speakers on microbes. Now another turn. Let's switch gear a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Jean-Marc Roda, Pak Roda, selamat datang. He is from Sirat, and his he will telling us about something a little bit different but very interesting. This is called Ecology, Digital Innovations to Reconcile Biodiversity and Oil Palm Plantation. So this is hopefully related to other bigger organism, I hope. Okay, so the floor is yours for the next, hopefully 15 minutes.
I try my best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, the subject will be different today. With me, I am not speaking alone here. These slides are coming from many contributors from CIRAD. So I am the one who put the slides together, and maybe I added a few at the end. So the idea is to talk about ecology, how digital innovations today can help to reconcile biodiversity and oil palm plantation. So if this works, not really. Yeah. So CIRAD, among many activities, has an activity on innovation, especially on digital innovation. And among many activities, our colleagues are creating new apps that can be used in plantations. And I will start by showing you the principle of these apps with an agricultural app. And then we'll shift to what we can do in biodiversity. So next one, please. Yeah, I will shift that. This is the list of the applications. So next one, yeah. Next. We work from a network of many universities. So CIRAD is a founder university and is supporting the activity by 60%. But we have plenty of other colleagues working on these digital issues in France and in the world. Next. Next. So I start with one application called PixFruit. Next. So it starts from the need of the farmers. Here is not really yet biodiversity, but I am showing to you how we can develop the apps that are really suited to the users, and the users want to deliver biodiversity as well. So here is not biodiversity, but I show you the principle very quickly, because in order to deliver those apps, you need intelligence, artificial intelligence behind, and many algorithms. So here you have farmers, they need to sell their mangoes, and they need to contact with many stakeholders to discuss about their mangoes, to sell them better, and to know the quantities that they have. Next one. And also you have another issue is you have farmers, but you have also many different farming systems. Some are very extensive, some are very intensive. You have many cropping systems, and that will be the same for the palm oil industry. From smallholders to big plantations, you have different systems. Next. So you need artificial intelligence that is able to deal with this. So here you have an example. Someone is using the app on the phone and is pointing the phone to the trees, and you see on the picture that the mangoes are already identified by the AI, and you can estimate the yields by calibrating that on the field, and then with the app you know how many mangoes you have on the tree and how many kilograms of them. Next one. You can even know the various stages of development, the phenology, how ripe they are, and how many percent of what you have there in the picture is ripe now, will be ripe in 1 week, will be ripe in 2 weeks. So the same technology you can use to identify any kind of stuff, not only fruits. So next one. Yeah, next. Yeah. So you from the trees that you look at the trees, you can jump to the plot and have many cultivars and adapt this technology to your farming plot with all your trees. So at the end, you can have a real digital vision of your plot. Next one. And this works for many things. So we did work on the cacao, on the cocoa, on the citrus, on the lychee. And that's a first level of application. The second level is very important as well for the biodiversity, you will see. Next one is you need to change of scale. You need to go beyond the tree and beyond the plot. So here is another app. This other app is called SoYield. Is work with the farmer app. Next one. And you the farmer, if you're the farmer or if you're in the industry, you can describe your farm, your plots, your plantations. You put that in the app, or you design apps that are using your data. And next one, the algorithm from there is able to use your data like the one that you're using from Peace3, but to elaborate it or to extrapolate it at a wider scale, at the scale of several plots. Next one. So you can go up to the level of countries, and at the end you have a level of precision of your data by regions, by if you do that in Indonesia, it will be by kabupaten, by province, even to the country. So next one, I show you the last application to Africa, different countries where you go jump of scale, when you apply the extrapolation and you have many farmers or many companies working on it. So these were, next one, these were example we started by using those AI on fruits. But actually, we have another application. You can download it, all of you, if you want to play with it on your smartphone. Right now, it's called PlantNet. So you have the App Store, the Google Play. It's totally free. And you see on the map, you have already thousands of users all over the world. And what you have here is what you can do with similar technology that you saw before, but when you go beyond in citizen science. So here, it's free. You can make it paying, of course, the same technology, but here it's free. Next one. So what this app is doing is identifying plants for you, any kind of plants. So you take your phone, you look at the plant. I was doing it this morning on the flowers that we have on the table. I took one picture of one flower. I took one picture of one leaf of the flower, and it gave me, so this is you touch to identify. And then it told me that this is Dendranthema grandiflorum, most probably 37% of certainty. You can do that everywhere with all the plants. So next one. The user use it very easily. Next one. So at the end, you may have many users that are recording on the same time different kind of plants. You can do the same for animals, insects. You can do the same for birds. You can do the same for actually any kind of biodiversity application that you have in mind. Not for the microbiomes, that would not work at the soil level, I think. Although maybe there are some applications. Next one. So when you have the location, everyone is doing their indication and having, you have the information that is located. Since the application needs AI in the server knows that many people are watching many plants. This system is already used in France at a very large scale in the natural parks, where you have either the agents of the park that are using the app, but you have also the visitors. When they are visiting, they want to know what is that. They take the picture. When they know what is it, the application is telling them what is that. They are very happy. In the same time, the park administration is like they have thousands of agents working for them for free, roaming in the park, finding species, and giving them data. So you have already a use of that, and we call it citizen science. The people are doing it for the application. You could dream of the same kind of application by smallholders in plantations, where you have your colleagues monitoring the activity. So next one. So what I am speaking about now is cooperative learning. When you have many people using similar tools or applications, you have a collective data centering, and if you work at the landscape level and you're looking for the biodiversity, not only of your own plot, but the several plots in the region, you may at the end understand what kind of biodiversity is really observed in your landscape of palm plots, but probably not only your palm plots, you could work also with all the agriculture that is around actually. Because as it was said before, it's a system and you don't have all the biodiversity. If you speak about fauna, flora, is not only in the plant, in the palm oil plantation, it's also in the environment. So you can have a documentation of the interaction on how your agricultural mosaic is sustaining biodiversity or not. You can follow that. So next one. This is another app. This one non-CIRAD is called iNaturalist. This one will help you to monitor birds and various kind of other insects. So please Google and go by yourself. It already exists. We are at the beginning of a new era. Next one. This one is People. Is designed for insects. And with that, you can monitor the pollination and the pollinating insects. But you also can apply the same kind of app to monitor the pests, the insects that are pests for your plantations. So this is already existing. A new one. Next one. This one is eBird, another application that is functioning on similar AI for the birds. A bit more complicated because to catch a bird like this, it's probably less easy. So next one. What I wanted to tell you now is this kind of application. CIRAD is working on it, but we are not the only one. Many people are starting to think about it. With that, you can do biodiversity observation and identification in your oil palm plantations. And you can detect, for example, invasive species. You can reduce fertilizing by indirect ways using indicators. Same for the phytosanitary products. You can follow or increase or detect your pollination and then to see if you can have better pollination. Similarly, you can monitor rare or precious species of micro or macrofauna that would be indexes of the biodiversity of your plantation. So you can go beyond that. You can go to certification and of plots or landscapes. What you have on the picture on the same is a table of all the certification and biological or ecological criteria, schemes. A lot of them are using biodiversity indexes. So you could think of indexes based on sampling on that, with this kind of stuff, based either on the workers in your plantations, or if you're speaking of smallholders, by the smallholders themselves in their associations. And you could think of monitoring on the long term some biodiversity index based on some insects or some birds or some other items of the biodiversity. And you can even put that in your ISPM, if you want, ESPM, you know, if you want to have an index that goes into the certification of your palm oil, you can think about something like this. So the sky is the limit for the imagination. And the beauty is you can work with smallholders, workers, passersby, people in the city, everyone who is an individual, a stakeholder that is interested by this. So next one. The very important stuff is you have to know that your app need to be designed not only for the end use, but also for the users. So designed by the user. This is telling me that I am too late. So next one. That's my last slide. It's a cartography of how you can use the ecology or the agri-tech use in all along the value chain. And it's everywhere, actually. I did show you examples for hand health, you know, people who are in the plantation. But you can have similar applications to monitor your biodiversity or the effects of your biodiversity at different levels. So for this, after this, thank you very much for your attention. I hope I give you new ideas.
Thank you, Pak Roda. I like your word. The sky is the limitnya. Or no limitnya. We have no limits on imagination and many things. Ini jangan-jangan nanti kita nggak perlu lagi mata kuliah dendrologi nih kelihatannya ya. Dan kemana-mana tidak perlu membawa apa namanya itu teropong atau field guide yang tebal-tebal barangkali ya. Everything is already there in the apps ya. And it's free. They are free, right, Pak? Okay.
I show you are free.
Okay.
I show you the paying one.
All are free, so we can use the technology to help ourselves in improving our knowledge, especially in the identification of a species. Okay, next let's come back. Another gear will be switched. Let's come back to soil. Our last speaker, of course, last but not the least, Ibu, wah ada hajahnya Ibu. Ibu Delima. Rasanya itu ada hasrinya, saya taunya cuma Ibu Mbak Eli, ini saya biasanya manggilnya Mbak Eli. Ibu Delima Ashari Darmawan, she is from, sekarang namanya BRIN ya Bu ya. She is from BRIN, and this morning she will give a presentation on the role of organic fertilizers on sustainable oil palm cultivation system. Ibu Eli, you have the floor.
Gimana ini kan? Oh ini nanti. Hah? Coba ini. Mati juga. Mati juga. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mbak Ani, kalau dia panggilnya ke Bunda, itu adalah Mbak Eli, karena adik kelasku. Prof. Santoso, teman-teman, rekan-rekan, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, very good morning to all of you. Dr. Roda, Mas, aku lupa manggilnya, Mas Antonius, salah, Mas Gunawan. Mas Gunawan angkatan berapa toh? Angkatan 14, masih tinggian aku angkatan 12. Masuknya tahun 75 di IPB. Okay, today I would like to present my paper. It's about the role of organic fertilizer on the sustainable oil palm cultivation. Today is not really two technical things that I would like to share with you, but it's more than a policy, because you already know about the role of the organic fertilizer in sustainable palm oil. Okay, next please. I cannot operate it by myself, so I need your help from the secretariat. Okay, next please. Next. Okay, we know that the palm oil contributes significantly to Indonesian economy. This is no question about this one, no discussion, because it's already contribute for the economy, employment opportunity, and also the increased export trade balance, source of renewable energy, and also strengthen the national energy security. And Indonesia palm oil industry is, in the past few years, attract the global attention because of its rapid development, which has changed global competition with other vegetable oil. And we know about the fertilizer is one of the important and strategic element in developing palm oil. And in terms of introduction, increasing the productivity and also production, and become integral of the farming system. And also oil palm plants need nutrient, we know, in order to maximum production result. And the nutrient absorbed by the palm, the plants come from the soil nutrients, water, and fertilizer that are the main food for oil palm. And this paper discuss about the important role of organic fertilizer from the aspect of providing plant nutrient, improving soil physical and biological properties, and increasing of the resistance of oil palm plant to biotic and abiotic stress to achieve the sustainable oil palm in cultivation system. Okay, next please. Nggak bisa pakai ini ya Mbak? Okay, baik. And we try to list about the benefit using organic fertilizer. First is activated plant enzyme, enhance development of new cell on the shoot, enhance the formation of chlorophyll and cellulose to serve for the process of photosynthesis. And in the dry season, can regulate also the loss of water from the leaf. And it is very important also in conversion of the light energy into chemical energy during the process of photosynthesis and facilitate the absorption of the nutrient in the entire plant system. And facilitates the absorption of the nutrient in the entire plant system. Next, please. I can this one. No. Okay. We can continue about the advantage of the role organic fertilizer. Okay. And I think one by one you can see about this one. But I will to next please. Okay. And the second thing that I want to discuss about the improving soil physical and biological properties. We know it's improve the soil structure because organic matter can bind the soil particles into the steady aggregate, improve the pore size distribution to the soil, and reduce buffer fluctuation and soil temperature. So the role of organic fertilizer on the biological properties, it's already proven. Next, please. And increasing the resistance of the oil palm plants to the biotic and abiotic stress. Some of organic fertilizer engage with the palm oil technology with not only create organic fertilizer, but also eradicate the pests and disease, and organic fertilizer can increase the soil pH. And the second thing is the release of nutrient in organic fertilizer can also be controlled to the so that it can be applied during the rainy and dry season. Fertilizer can bind soil aggregates, soil structure is more stable and absorb the water to the maximum. Bapak dan Ibu, mohon maaf karena saya sebetulnya backgroundnya adalah agriculture economist. So kalau agak-agak technical things adalah ada teman saya yang ikut barangkali di dalam Zoom, beliau akan lebih banyak menjelaskan mengenai mengenai technical things. Okay, next please. Kemudian next please, the impact of organic fertilizer on the sustainable oil palm cultivation. We know that if too much unorganic fertilizer is applied to the soil, then the soil will become acidic. To minimize this impact, it would be better to balance the use of unorganic fertilizer with other fertilizers such as organic fertilizer with the right formulation. The second thing that I would like to share with you also that the organic fertilizer is environmentally friendly in the extreme weather, does not damage the root function and does not occur plasmolysis in the plant roots, and fertilizer shown in the dish can be still absorbed. Considering some organic fertilizer have the different formulation in each plantation because the need of each plant must be different. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct the assessment on the existing properties through analysis the root, soil, and leaf sample. This is related to what Dr. Roda already mentioned. While under the conventional fertilizer are mass-produced, there are no special or specification for all plants. All the soil type and plants type are considered the same because of the less information assessment activities such as root soil, and leaf analysis. Okay, next please. Okay, next, okay? Okay, so the maintenance of the oil plant in sustainable way. To produce high quality of oil palm plantation, maintenance must be carried out appropriately and sustainably, and fertilization work optimally. The view in blaming of oil palm plantation change land into desert, it's totally wrong. Yeah, because we recognize, for example, in the Arabian countries which have many deserts, are trying to green their desert by planting vegetation. So, as a palm species plant produce huge biomass, one of the important components for the soil fertility. The biomass production on palm oil plantation increase in the line of with the advanced age of the oil palm plant. Disclose that the older of the oil palm, the larger the volume of the biomass produced. Next. This is the figure about the biomass volume and carbon stock on the palm oil plantation. So with the increase, with the olders of the age of the biomass and the carbon stock is become higher. Next, please. And the part of biomass that is harvested in the form of the fresh fruit bunches is returned to the plantation area. Out of the oil palm production of 24 tons per hectare per year, only about 5 tons are processed to the palm oil, and remaining 19 tons remaining in the form of biomass, in terms of namely fruit bunches, shell, and also the sludge, which are returned to the plantation area to maintain soil fertility. So oil carbon sequestration and the carbon accounting, I will go back strength in the, this is the research from the MPOA. Content is not only increase above the ground, but also underground to the soil rooting zone. The older of the oil palm, the more organic ingredients are returned to the ground, and the fertility of the oil palm plantation areas will not decrease. Okay, so this is the process. Then it can be countered the statement that the palm oil planting or palm oil development in Indonesia, actually we by nature already in the sustainable way. Yeah? And then, but when we see about the challenge in the use of organic fertilizer, We know that Indonesia, we produce a lot. We are in the wet tropical country, and we produce a lot of source for the organic matter. Then means fertilizer that abundant has not been optimized by us. In Indonesia, which is classified as a tropical region with the high rainfall, the level of the overhaul of organic matter goes relatively quickly, so the organic fertilizer are needed in the large quantity. But then the problem of the challenge, these great difficulties in terms of the transportation. It is used especially if organic fertilizer must be imported from the sufficient place way. The nutrient composition in organic fertilizer is relatively low and varies so much that its benefit for plant are indirect and last in the long term. And the use of organic fertilizer must be combined with fertilizer inorganic with a lower doses. So the use organic fertilizer with the same material continuously will give rise to the nutrient imbalance in the soil so that there can be an accumulation. Next, please. To that end, chopper is needed. Yeah. So when we make a recommendation to use the organic fertilizer, so many that requirement also we need to fulfill, like the readiness of chopper, then also the farmers group using raw material, and we need to also anticipating increasing in circulation of organic fertilizer. Organic farming system has a philosophy that different is not just using organic fertilizer, but requirement another more in the specific one. Next, please. So this is part of the challenge that we have to face, we have to overcome when we using of the organic fertilizer. The infrastructure should be provide, and also the policy, and then also the regulation should be also developed. Okay, when we, I'm still, okay, the development of organic fertilizer also faced with the various technical and non-technical, as I mentioned, need a large quantity, composition, nutrient, and then there is still understanding by the farm also, which use organic fertilizer is defined as organic farming. Actually, it's not really compatible like when we use organic fertilizer, it's become already organic farming. The source of raw material also for organic fertilizer is varied. So the quality of the organic fertilizer also varies. And then the utilization of organic fertilizer increase along with the increase of the farmer understanding on the importance of organic fertilizer in the farming viability. This condition gives the opportunity to the production of organic fertilizer, but organic fertilizer can be also created and produced commercially and non-commercial by various groups, including farmers, farmer group, and the small, medium enterprises. So it should be put in our mind that organic fertilizer are not a substitute for the inorganic fertilizer. It only become a complementary. Okay, what we need for the policy support, first is development organic fertilizer with quality management and quality standard assured with encouraging the use of organic fertilizer with the affordable price level. And then the second thing can be realized through the support of regulatory policy on the ethic and the commercialization of the organic fertilizer, quality standard and legal protection, utilization and dissemination. Producing organic fertilizer can give benefit to the farmer and reduce negative impact on the health and environment pollution. But the regulation required first regarding of investment policy and service, second about the policy dissemination and mentoring, the third is the policy standardization and quality of organic fertilizer subsidy policy, and also the policy in encouraging role of the private sector. Okay, in conclusion, to maintain the Indonesian palm oil production in sustainable way, the use of organic fertilizer as a complementary inorganic chemical fertilizer need to continue and should be part of the national fertilizer policy. Second, in line with the effort of increasing palm oil production, the availability of the organic fertilizer is very strategic to be developed, both in production, in the manufacture, and farmer group in situ. And development, production, distribution, and utilization of organic fertilizer need to be supported by the socialization toward the intensive understanding of the use of organic fertilizer and chemical fertilizer. And last, improve the marketing organic fertilizer necessary facilitation and also support. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ibu Delima, thank you very much.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we already have 6 speakers. Let's see, now it's 11:42. And hopefully we have some time for discussion. But allow me to wrap up a little bit about what we have been learning so far. So Ibu Musdalifah keep telling us that there should be a living in harmony between biodiversity and oil palm. And then Professor Turner also remind us to enrich insect by reducing herbicides. And then followed by Professor Antonio Suwanto, soils are alive, soils are very important. Also emphasized by Professor Chong, he encouraged us to rejuvenate soil health through soil microbes. And then Pak Gunawan also emphasized he has a very, very interesting word, I think. Cooperative and collaboration actually exists in this soil organism. So there are another word over there. So instead of competition, there has been a cooperation and collaboration. And then Ibu Delima also gave us a good suggestion. Let's use organic fertilizers as a complementary. And then Pak Roda also provide us with lots of information about internet ecology. Hopefully it can make our living, our research is much more easier in the future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us have some question and answer session, and hopefully we have 15 minutes before we have lunch. Really sorry that the organizing committee already gave me a message that we have to stop at 12 o'clock at noon because it's a lunch time. And I open the floor to hopefully really burning questions. I have one gentleman over here. One, and then, okay. Satu lagi ya. Okay. And then Pak Lalang another. Okay. So please make your question as brief as possible, as efficient as possible. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to ask to...
Please state your name first and your organization.
My name is Dedi Purnomo from PT Smart Tbk. Yeah, I want to ask for Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Jayakirana, where in your presentation you talking about the amazing of understory flora in oil palm plantation, who has more function like fungal network and etc. Uh, and inland for optimizing the role of biodiversity in oil palm plantation. Can we say we we don't use LCC, legume cover crop, in oil palm plantation, where as we know LCC maybe make biodiversity or flora diversity in oil palm plantation is low, like that. So yes, we know LCC is have a function collaboration with bacteria, but in other side, like Graminae have a collaboration too with some bacteria for some nutrition, like that. So are we say we we no need to use LCC in oil palm plantation, especially for replanting area. And then maybe Dr. Gunawan can like apa ya, formulating in oil palm plantation about soil health indicator, like the good soil health in oil palm plantation is when we found like 10 species or 15 species is this oil palm plantation is good for soil health, like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tadi yang pertama ditujukan kepada
Semua untuk Pak Dr.
semua
Gunawan.
untuk Pak Gunawan. Oke. Okay, let's collect another question first. Bapak Lalang, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. I have two questions. I think my name is Lalang Buana. I'm from Kapki. The speakers have suggesting that we introducing the use of biopesticide, biofertilizers, and it's mean that when we introducing that bio into an ecosystems, there will be a reaction also from the ecosystems. That will affect the effectiveness of the such bio. If it is suitable for the environment, then it will be effective. But if it's not, if there is an enemy or whatever, it will not effective. So we have having many kind of ecosystems. How can we produce that bio in a commercial, in a large scale? Because we need a lot of millions of tons of fertilizers. How can we produce that commercially for that big amount of bio productions? And the second thing is about the for Pak Roda. It seems that is there any guarantee that at this moment your applications is for free, right? And you invite the user will contribute to build up your database. So is that any guarantee that will be for free forever? Because once you have a big database, you might stop that they are free. You will ask for the contribution for that. So I think that should be clear, that so that we can join the application or not. We will use or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good thing that we have another 15 minutes extension from the organizing committee. So for you who still have some questions, please be prepared. On the meantime, let's hear from Pak Gunawan. There is a question about LCC and also soil health indicator. Go ahead, Pak.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course, LCC is very good, but normally only use one kind. That is the problem. So if we want to increase the biodiversity, we can use many different kind of LCC at the same time. So because every plant actually have their own bacteria or fungi to cooperate and collaborate. Yeah. So in the world of microbe, there is a generalis. Yeah, generalis, that means the microbe can help every plant, but there is also specialist. Certain microbe only work with certain plants. For example, rhizobium. Some rhizobium is very specific, but a lot of fungi and bacteria, another fungi bacteria, some also specialist and some also generalist. So we should increase the diversity of the microbe by planting many different kind of plant, including LCC. But LCC also not one kind, but many kind in the same time. So that can increase the biodiversity and increase the nutrient availability, because actually, from what I learned newly, plant produce exudate, and then exudate give a message to the microbe in the soil, and then the soil microbe will react to the message that sent by the plant. For example, if the plant need nitrogen, they send a certain exudate, and then the microbe will anticipate the message, and then they will produce the nitrogen. They will need, if they need phosphorus, they will send the certain exudate, and then the certain microbe will produce the phosphate. But of course, microbe who produce nitrogen is different with the microbe who produce the phosphate. So therefore, need biodiversity in the soil. Yeah, of course, the second question of Pak Lalang, yeah, effectiveness, how can we produce a lot of bio? That is, of course, because we now develop the plant that is independent from the microbe actually. So we call it very effective or responsive to the fertilizer, because we always teach our plants to respond the synthetic fertilizer. Naturally, plant don't need synthetic fertilizer, yeah. But we train the plant to like the synthetic fertilizer. So now the plant depend on that. So we must give, and then make ourselves difficult. So we must put back to develop plant that not only depend on the fertilizer synthetic, but also cooperate with many microbes and biodiversity in the soil. That is my question. Answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mungkin dari Ibu Eli, would you like to add a little bit about related to the policy? Thank you.
Yes, as I share with you that regarding of the policy in the fertilizer, organic fertilizer, first I think that because the raw materials is already supply in situ, I think we need to develop also the organic fertilizer in situ. But we don't limit only policy in situ like that. We need also to think about the, as Pak Lalang mentioned, how to maybe in other place also need the benefit from the organic materials and organic fertilizer or organic pesticide come from other place. For example, we need to think also about the first standardization, and also the regulation, and also about the monitoring and evaluation of the products. I think we encouraging the development and also the potential business coming from the bio pesticide, bio fertilizer, and other probably also bioenzyme, like now is popular in the society. But we need, in the Ministry of Agriculture, we put serious effort in this matter, because as also we think we incorporate also the thing, the thoughts coming from the, for example, from the big company. When we introducing the one brand or about the fertilizer, biofertilizer or biopesticide, they still worry because their investment is huge already. If we are not for sure about the effectiveness, also the benefit coming from the bio, it's they really worry about to apply this kind of fertilizer. Even already recommended by the Ministry of Agriculture, recommended from the BRIN, recommended from the research center like a PPKS, yeah. But still, we understand about they're worried about this one. But when we see about the right now, actually after the pandemic situation, and also after the war of Ukraine and Russia, when the inorganic fertilizer also have a problem in terms of the availability, in terms of the supply, they have to have an alternative solution, and we also encouraging the researcher to continue. And I just talked to Dr. Roda, then how we can have alternative solution regarding of the situation. In one side, we facing the problem with the shortage of inorganic fertilizer. Shortage is not only in terms of the quantity, but also the government also actually facing with the problem of provide the subsidy for the inorganic fertilizer right now because of the shortage. Then we have to think about this is an opportunity. Also, we have to encouraging to development of the organic fertilizer, organic pesticide, organic enzyme that can be enhancing and also the production of not only palm oil. We need also the production for the food security product like rice, corn, soybean, etc. But and also I add one more that maybe we need also to think about the development of sorghum as a bioethanol and a source of the alternative energy. I think that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Eli. I think we have one unanswered question yet.
Yeah, the soil health indicator. The simplest way to see atau choose the indicator of soil health is the soil organic matter. Yeah, so the soil organic matter content, and then the soil organic matter actually is divided in many fractions, and the other is the soil microbial biomass. So soil microbial biomass is also one good indicators for soil health. And then if we can determine the soil microbial biomass, and then we must also sometimes separate between bacterial biomass and fungal biomass, and then we should look at the ratio, the ratio between soil fungal biomass and soil bacterial biomass. That is a good indicator for soil health. Thank you.
Is there any much easier way? Maybe using
That is already
species?
the easiest way.
Okay, that still looks complicated to me. Okay, if that's the easiest way. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that we still have Professor Turner and Professor Antonio Suwandi and also Professor Chong in the Zoom room. And if you have questions, you can also direct the question to them also. Oh, really sorry. Tentang GAPKI, Pak Roda akan juga menjawab.
Sorry.
Please, go ahead, sorry.
Answering to the GAPKI question, very important. I think it's a very, very topical question because I was presenting to you many apps. Some are free, some are not free. And like it is a dream world, but actually you have many uses. Every user can develop its own app or can ask CIRAD to develop or some other parties to develop their app that can be controlled by themselves. You could totally think if you want, for example, an app that monitors some biodiversity related to your plantation in your country. You don't want, for some reason, you don't want that the data is stored outside the country. So you store in a server inside the country. No problem, it's just up to you. You can also make the app proprietary. Only your members can use the app. That's also possible. You want to know what is the aim of the data? Is the data or the app is used by you to demonstrate something to someone outside? Or is the app used by you to control your own process and know yourself, but you don't want anyone to know about it? So of course, if you want to demonstrate to some other parties that your biodiversity is there, at some level you need to share some data or to publish it or to show that there is an increase in the biodiversity or a decrease or whatever. If you need to show that, you need either to publish it or either to make it available in some level. But for example, let's imagine you are monitoring the tigers. If the data is too public, maybe the poachers will know where the tigers are, and then they will go to poach, with your data. So maybe you need to have the data a bit controlled by yourself. So all of this is totally just custom-made, either for big public, like, the PlantNet Association is for citizens, for people to have fun and to contribute to enhance the general scientific knowledge. But when it is a very specific knowledge that you want to keep inside the industry, it's up to you as well. So I would say custom-made. Huh?
Thank you, Dr. Roda. Okay, as we have extension for 15 minutes, I would like to invite from the floor, probably you have questions also? Okay. Is there any? I have a question. Oh, Pak Roda, you will have questions? Okay, go ahead.
Professor Turner, I was really excited and interested to see your presentation, and I was wondering how, because I know from my colleagues who are doing similar work than you, that when you do this kind of scientific study, you cannot do very large monitoring. You have a few people that are going to count the species in a few plots. You don't have an extended, unlimited number of scientists to do a very large survey. So I was wondering, what is your idea of using similar methods that I was speaking about, those digital tools, to enhance the works of scientists like you?
Go ahead, Professor Turner. Thank you, Professor Turner. I hope you can hear it well because it's a bit difficult for me to hear it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I think our time is almost up. Now we would like to have a concluding remarks from all of our speakers. I noticed that Professor Antonius we lost. Do we have lost contact with him? Pak Antonius masih ada? Oh, sudah berangkat ke airport. Okay, that's okay. So we still have 5 speakers, and we would like to have like concluding remarks from all of you, starting with Professor Turner. Go ahead. 1 or 2 minutes, 30 minutes. 30 seconds from you, or 1 minute at the most. Thank you, Professor Turner. Next, Professor Chong, you still there? Professor Chong, yes. Your concluding remarks, please. Thank you, Professor Chong. Next, Pak Gunawan.
Of course, in plantation, we cannot increase the diversity of the plantation, the palm oil. But we can increase the biodiversity of the understory, and then will increase the microbe biodiversity, and then we must use or make use effectively the wood web in the soil that is be facilitated by the fungal network that must be enhanced.
Thank you. Next, mungkin Pak Roda.
Okay, thank you. First, I observed that there are different pathways. When we saw Professor Turner comparison of scenario 1, 2, or 3 in the palm, different kind of culture, you have different kind of biodiversity. That's extremely important for us. It's very promising because it means we can have biodiversity or increase it at the plot level. The second stuff that comes after that is I am absolutely convinced that there is also a biodiversity that is existing at the landscape level, because some species come into the palm plantations because outside there is something. And what would be fantastic for the future is to know how the structure of the landscape influences the biodiversity in the palm and reciprocally. I'm not sure that this is well known yet, and I think it's a field of interest. And third, I noticed that even we are in Indonesia, even Madam the Minister this morning, we're in a defensive position. We need to, like I'm defending my palm oil. I think we can be even more progressive by not being defensive anymore, but understanding the structure of the biodiversity. Like this is not anymore palm oil versus non-palm oil. It is how biodiversity interacts with that item, with this structure. And then we are beyond the defensive position. We are proactive. That's just a suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, very wise indeed. Ibu sebagai penutup silakan
Okay.
Ibu Delima.
Thank you. I think I would like to give a closing remarks like this. Palm oil is very important for Indonesia. Contribute a lot of positive things, and I think we have to know also that the palm oil palm is a gift from the gods. And to maintain the oil palm development in Indonesia, we have to recognize all the things, all the organic methods that can contribute also positive way to the oil palm Indonesia. So I encouraging you all in this room and anywhere to help the Indonesia to maintain the oil palm development in sustainable way and to incorporate all the positive things already provided by the gods to Indonesia. So the natural ways to produce the palm oil from the oil palm should be encouraging to with the support from the government. I thank you.
Thank you very much for all of the speakers. Let's give another big round to all of the speakers. Dari saya mohon maaf seandainya ada kata-kata salah yang tentunya tidak saya sadari. That's the end of this session. Over to you, Ibu Resti as Master of Ceremony.
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you for our keynote speakers and moderator. I think I need help with the microphone. Is there any other microphone? Right. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Thank you again for moderating our keynote speakers. For our keynote speaker who joined us in this room, would you please kindly be step down but stand in front of the forum because our chairman would like to give you a token of appreciation and have a photo session with you. For our keynote speakers who join us online, our organizing committee will send our token of appreciation to your address. Thank you. Professor Yanto, please come forward. Okay, please give another round of applause for our panel. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, after lunch break, we will have our first parallel sessions. The sessions will be held in 4 rooms, this ballroom and meeting room B, C, and D on the upper floor. You can find the schedule for each session at each room. Please do remember, the session will start at 1:15 p.m. The organizing committee has provided meals for our lunch outside this room. But first, I would also like to invite you to take a closer look at the 2 posters located at the back side of this room. I believe it's about the disease management and microbiology or microbiome while having your lunch. So, for you who would like to offer your prayer, a musola for ladies is located at the far end of this floor, while the one for gentlemen is on the upper floor. The members of our organizing committee could help you find your way. Have a pleasant break and see you again in our next session at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say.
Tanpa kita sadari, ada satu kebaikan yang telah menemani kita semenjak matahari terbit. Kebaikan yang diteruskan dari pagi.
Makasih ya. Baru balik, Bu.
Menuju siang.
Ambil mentega ya, Ma.
Lagi bikin roti ya? Sini Papa bantuin ya.
Dari siang.
Mandi ya.
Oke, Pak.
Menuju petang. Dari petang menuju malam. Tahukah kamu dari mana kebaikan itu berasal? Dari sini. "24 Hours of Goodness".
Nature, its beauty, its generosity, its abundant resources for the humankind. We have gained so much and have taken so much more from nature. There is the right of this generation to use the natural resources, but more importantly, there is the obligation to leave a legacy to the generation that comes after. In palm plantation, where production provides livelihood to millions of people, conservation of nature means development, as much as it does protection. Good land practices are developed to ensure areas of high conservation value are protected. Forest landscapes and freshwater ecosystem remain intact, and habitats are connected. Good plantation techniques are employed to ensure forest fires are prevented, pollution of water and soil erosions are reduced. Preservation of environment is the responsibility of everybody in the sector. In our words, we call this responsible plantation.
Hadirin yang saya hormati, sawit telah memberikan banyak manfaat bagi kehidupan masyarakat Indonesia sebagai produk pangan sehat, energi terbarukan, maupun menghasilkan berbagai produk untuk kebutuhan sehari-hari kita. Industri sawit juga telah menjadi penggerak perekonomian masyarakat, membantu meningkatkan kualitas kehidupan ekonomi masyarakat pedesaan, membantu jutaan pekebun kecil keluar dari kemiskinan, memberikan akses pendidikan, layanan kesehatan, layanan teknologi, juga informasi. Sudah saatnya masyarakat dunia mengetahui keseriusan Indonesia untuk mengubah industri sawit menjadi lebih baik, menerapkan praktek-praktek terbaik dan elemen berkelanjutan pada seluruh aspek di sepanjang rantai industrinya. Saya akan terus memastikan industri sawit Indonesia memegang teguh komitmen ini untuk melakukan pengelolaan sawit secara berkelanjutan untuk mewujudkan hari esok yang lebih baik. Saya yakin dengan industri sawit yang bertanggung jawab dan pengelolaan yang berkelanjutan, kita sambut masa depan yang lebih baik.
single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Okay. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Okay. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Okay. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Okay. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Okay.
Tanpa kita sadari, ada satu kebaikan yang telah menemani kita semenjak matahari terbit. Kebaikan yang diteruskan dari pagi.
Makasih ya. Baru balik, Bu.
Menuju siang.
Ambil mentega ya, Ma.
Lagi bikin roti ya? Sama Papa bantuin ya.
Dari siang
Mandi ya.
Oke, Pak.
menuju petang. Dari petang menuju malam. Tahukah kamu dari mana kebaikan itu berasal? Dari sini. "24 Hours of Goodness".
I dream at night I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, oh, can't you see? You belong to me. Oh, how my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, and every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake. I'll be watching you. Every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. Every word you say, every game you play, I'll be watching you. Every vow you break, every smile you make, I'll be watching. Every word you say, every game you play, I'll be watching you. What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You've got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I'll give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down, and I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. Can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy now, out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. So give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it all, though it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, and I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
I never came to the beach just to by the ocean. I never sat by the shore under the sun with my feet in the sand, but you brought me here, and I'm happy that you did, 'cause now I'm as free as birds catching the wind.
I always thought I would sing, so I never swam. I never went boating, don't get how they're floating, and sometimes I get so scared of what I can't understand. But here I am, next to you. The sky's more blue in Malibu, next to you in Malibu, next to you. We watch the sun go down as we're walking. I'd spend the rest of my life just standing here talking.
You would explain the current as I just smile, hoping that you'll stay the same and nothing will change, and it'll be us just for a while. Do they even exist? That's when I make the wish to swim away with the fish.
Is it supposed to be this hot all summer long? I never would have believed you if 3 years ago you told me I'd be here singing this song. But here I am, next to you. The sky's so blue in Malibu, next to you in Malibu, next to you. sky so blue in Malibu next to you.
We are just like the waves that flow back and forth.
Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning and you're there to save me, and I wanna thank you with all of my heart.
It's a brand new start,
A dream come true in Malibu.
it's been a long day without you, my friend, and I tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn, who knew all the planes we flew, good things we've been through, that I'll be standing here talking to you about another path. I know I love to hit the road a lot, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different, see the bigger picture. And those were the days, hard on forever pace, and now I see you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side, and now you're gonna be with me for the last ride.
Been a long day without you, my friend, and I tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Oh, first you both go out your way and the vibe's feeling strong. Small turn to a friendship turn to a bond. A bond will never be broken, alone, never get lost. And when brotherhood comes first, the line will never be crossed. Established it on our own when the line had to be drawn. The line is when we reach, so remember me when I'm gone. How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side, and now you're gonna be with me for the last ride.
Let the light guide your way, yeah.
And hold every memory as you go,
And every road you take will always lead you home, home.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
When I see you again. When I see you again, see you again.
The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. You come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop a van, the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. Now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. And last night you were in my room, and now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Why, 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 why? I'm in love with your body. Why, 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 why? I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of a weekend. We let the story begin. We're going out on our first date. You and me are thrifty, so go all you can eat. Fill up your bag and I'll fill up a plate. We talk for hours and hours about the sweet and the sour, and how your family is doing okay. Leaving, getting the taxi, the kiss in the backseat, tell the driver make the radio play. And I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. And last night you were in my room, and now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Why, 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 why? I'm in love with your body. Why, 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 why? I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby. Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby. Come on, be my baby, come on. Come on, be my baby. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. And last night you were in my room, and now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Come on, be my baby, come on. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. It was great at the very start. Hands on each other, couldn't stand to be far apart. Closer the better. Now we're picking fights and slamming doors, magnifying all our flaws. And I wonder what for, why we keep coming back for more. Is it just about it? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Do we need somebody just to feel like we're alright? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Scared to be lonely. Too much time losing track of us. Where was the real, undefined, spiraling out of touch? forgot how it feels. All the messed up fights and slamming doors, magnifying all our flaws. And I wonder why, wonder what for. It's like we keep coming back for more. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Do we need somebody just to feel like we're alright? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Scared to be lonely. Even when we know it's wrong, when somebody better for us all along. Tell me, how can we keep holding on tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Even when we know it's wrong, when somebody better for us all along. Tell me, how can we keep holding on tonight? 'Cause we're scared to be lonely. Is it just our body? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Scared to be lonely. Scared to be lonely. Scared to be lonely. I found a love for me, and darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Oh, I never knew you were that someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love. Now knowing what it was, how will I give you up this time? Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. And baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Well, I found a woman stronger than anyone I know. She shares my dreams. I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against all odds. I know we'll be alright this time. Darling, just hold my hand. Be my girl, I'll be your man. I see my future in your eyes. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this, darling. You look perfect tonight. You between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel in person, and she looks perfect. I don't deserve this. You look perfect tonight. Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts are never broken, time's forever frozen still.
So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. Wait for me to come home.
Loving can heal. Yeah, loving can mend your soul. And it's the only thing that I know. I swear it will get easier. Remember that with every piece of you. Us, and it's the only thing we take with us when we die. We keep this love in this photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes were never closing, our hearts were never broken, and time's forever frozen still.
So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. And if you hurt me, well, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed. And inside these pages, you just hold me, and I won't ever let you go. Wait for me to come home.
Wait for me to come home.
Wait for me to come home.
Wait for me to come home. Oh, and you can fit me inside the necklace you got when you were 16, next to your heart remember how you kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone, wait for me to come home. Necklace you got when you were 16, next to your heartbeat where I should be, keep it deep within your soul. And if you hurt me, that's okay, baby. Only words believe inside this pain is you. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet, will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? And darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, my heart could still fall as hard at 23. And I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. Me, I fall in love with you every single day, and I just wanna tell you I am. So honey, now take me into your loving arms, kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars, place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. When my hair's all gone and my memory fades, and the crowds don't remember my name, when my hands don't play the strings the same way, I know you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul can never grow, it's evergreen. Baby, your smile's forever in my mind and memory. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's all part of the plan. I'll just keep on making the same mistakes, hoping that you'll understand. But baby, now take me into your loving arms, kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars, place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud, baby, we found love right where we are. La, 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 la. So baby, now take me into your loving arms, kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh darling, place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. Take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud, maybe we found love right where. Sabes que ya llevo un rato mirándote. Tengo que bailar contigo hoy. Vi que tu mirada ya estaba llamándome. Muéstrame el camino que yo voy. Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pensarlo se acelera el pulso. Oh yeah, ya me está gustando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos van pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte besos despacito. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Oh, quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Oh, déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Pasito a pasito, suave, suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y que sabe, ese es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte besos despacito. Firmo las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Oh, quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Oh, déjame sobrepasar tus horas de peligro hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito, vamos a hacerlo en una playa en Puerto Rico, hasta que las olas griten a bendito, para que mi sello se quede contigo. Oh, quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que le enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Oh, déjame sobrepasar tus horas de peligro hasta provocar tus gritos y que olvides tu apellido. Despacito. Whoa. You've been running around, running around, running around, throwing that dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. You've been going around, going around, going around every party in LA. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd be at one. Oh, I know that dress is karma, perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. Oh, and now I'm all up on you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention, you don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. You've been running around, running around, running around, throwing that dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. Baby, now that we're right here standing face to face, you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention, you don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. Oh, what are you doing to, what are you doing, oh? What are you doing to me, what are you doing, oh, oh? What are you doing to me, what are you doing, oh? What are you doing to me, what are you doing, oh, oh? I know that dress is karma, perfume regret. Got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you, what you expect. But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention, you don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the someone new. Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're making sure I'm never getting over you, over you. What are you doing to me, what are you doing, oh? What are you doing, oh? Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. We could have had it all. Oh, rolling in the deep. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See how I leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart,
know for their function in our plantation. Okay, here for the conclusion that increased habitat complexity lead to higher abundance for frog and dung beetle and also species richness. And also, leopard cat feed almost exclusively on rats. Its foraging activity increase in increased habitat complexity. So that one is 70% of flora found in the studies as classified as noxious. So need in-depth for study for analysis for its function for ecosystem, because while we classified is noxious, sometimes we had to control by using pesticide or non-pesticide. So maybe while we found their function and then beneficial to our plantation, maybe we don't need to control it again for the next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naim. Next, Professor Sudarsono, who will give presentations on different perspectives on biodiversity, high conservation value or high cultivation value.
Thank you. My presentation is going to be very short. Okay, let's move on. I have a different perspective on the biodiversity, because when I hear about biodiversity, it's always biodiversity conservation, biodiversity conservation. I don't like that. I'm not happy with that. So I've been trying to see what biodiversity from different perspectives. So it could be high biodiversity might lead us to high cultivation opportunity. Okay, because if we use this, the logic is when we have a higher biodiversity and then it's always conservation, I think we will waste too much our land. So let's try to see what happens if we see from different perspective. Okay, let's move on. Okay, the way I see it is from the evolutions of landscape. I'm happy with. We have Pak Basuki and Pak Gunawan here. They are soil scientists. They know very well about soil, and correct me if I'm wrong. So from soil formation, over time we have from the parent rock, parent material, or sea horizons, and then young soil, which is only about thin layers of A horizons, and then mature soil, soil that has A horizons and B horizons. And old soil also has a and B and C horizon, highly differentiated. And the older the soil, usually the fertility is going to be lower. Okay, now we have another process here. Over time, the plants changes from the very simple, I think Bu Yeni, Bu Ariana knows very well, from the very simple plant, small annual plant grasses, and then immediate plants and shrubs, and the climate plants like tropical rainforests. So the diversity here from very low and then increases to the top. Okay, here soil from very thin to the very deep soil. Okay, so basically soil and plants in terms of diversity, they go hand in hand. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, this is just the soil formation. So basically, soils is a function of climate, parent material, and organism, topographic or relief, and then time. This is just standard soil formation. Okay. Now, okay. So the relationship between soil biodiversity and time is with time, soil fertility increases and then decreases. Okay, the soil increases, then relatively constant over time. So at the certain level. And then over time, plant biodiversity increases and then decreases along with changes in soil fertility and increasing soil volume. So the volume of soil is very thick, very deep, but over time the fertility of soil is going to be lower and lower. And more fertile soil, the more species that can grow on it. So basically, this is the thing. So basically, if we have high biodiversity, it could be because the soil is very fertile. If the soil is not fertile, biodiversity is not going to be high. Okay, the deeper the soil, the more species can grow on it. Because, for example, the Dipterocarpaceae, huge tree, huge trees usually have very deep roots, so they need the soil that is very thick also. Okay, the peak of soil fertility comes before the peak of plant biodiversity. There are periods in which biodiversity is still increasing, but soil fertility at least started decreasing. Okay, next. This is the process. Okay, from the bare rocks or rocks, and then physical decomposition, and then we have parent material, and then start having very thick soil, very young soil, and then getting thicker and thicker. At the same time, the plant biodiversity also increases here. So there is a correlation between the evolutions of land and also the plant, the vegetations. Okay. Next. Okay. This is my speculation, Pak Gunawan, Pak Basuki. So, over time here, okay, this is the age of landscape, and this is the biodiversity. So over time, soil develop from parent material. Anti-soil is initial soil, is young soil, and then incepti-soil a bit older, and then if we have a lot of bases, we have alveoli, but if the parent material is poor in bases, we have ultisol. But basically it's the same. This pH is higher than this one. So basically from alveoli over time could be ultisol if the basis leads very strongly. Okay, okay. Then the biodiversity increases here, and then to certain level, and then constant. But the soil is getting older. We have oxysol and then spodosol. This is very, okay, if we are here, if we find a high biodiversity here, basically there's opportunity. The soil, very favorable for almost anything we want. But here, we need to be very careful. Yeah. Here, nutrient is contained in the soil, but here, most nutrients are contained in the vegetation. So if we remove the vegetation, we will lose a lot of nutrient. So if we find a biodiversity here, we need to be careful, but here it is okay. Yeah? It is opportunity to develop almost anything we want. So, okay, next. So, here, let me, this is hypothetical, basically. If this is the size of land, and this is the biodiversity. Okay, if we start from 1 hectare to hectare, I think biodiversity is going to increase. But at the certain level, the biodiversity is going to be leveling off. So if we increase the size of the land, the biodiversity is not going to increase. So if that's the case, should we conserve the whole land, or we can use this land, but we conserve this part? So we can deforest this one, but we maintain this one. So we are here, we are very happy here because of deforestation, so don't worry too much with this deforestation. Without deforestation, we are not going to be here. Okay, next. If we find a site A, B, C, let's say A in Jakarta, B in Bogor, C in Bandung, D in Surabaya, for example. If we take a look at the biodiversity, for example, okay, A and B is totally different biodiversity. The biodiversity is very different. But if we take a look at C, all species in C is also contained in B. But in D, some of the species is also can be found in B. The question is, should I maintain this one? Can I clear up this one for cultivation? I agree with, okay, let's maintain A and B. And also I agree if D is also protected. But how about C? If I use C for cultivation, it's not going to reduce biodiversity anyway. So why should we maintain this site for conservation? Okay, then this is the conclusion. So conversion of natural forest has an impact on the decline of biodiversity. Yes, it is correct. But don't stop there. This approach is generally adopted until today, which then result in the claim that conversion of natural forests causes biodiversity loss. Is that right? Such statements do not require any research and expertise at all. Yeah? So just keep, if we find a natural forest, just keep it, that's it. But that's not meaningful at all. A more meaningful statement is a statement that can answer whether conversion of natural forest at a site reduces a total biodiversity in all ecosystem, the whole ecosystem. And the second one is high biodiversity does not necessarily lead to conservation, but it can also lead to cultivation, this opportunity. So, low biodiversity does not always have to lead to cultivation, but it's in a certain cases it may be directed to conservation. This is the case for the spodosol soils. People try to grow oil palm and then forest plantations on spodosol, and they all fail. Yeah, because the soil is very poor in nutrient and also very, there is a hard pen or something that impediment the growth of the road. So basically the growth of oil palm and the forest plantation is very bad on the soil. Okay, that's all what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sudarsono. Next, we will go to online presenter. Yeah, Ibu Erniwati, are you there? Okay. Okay, hi there, how are you? Okay, good. Next is your presentation, Ibu Erni. She will present her research on biodiversity importance for sustainable oil palm. Please, Bu Erni, for the next 15 minutes, time is yours.
Thank you, Irina, for giving the opportunity to share them in the oil palm biodiversity. Let me can somebody help me to share my slide because it doesn't work, you know.
Yes, we are. We are trying here to assist you, Bu Erni.
Sharing dari sana, dari ibu mau sharing. Bu Irawati.
Nggak bisa tadi. Dibantu ada slide-nya Bu Erni nggak? Nggak punya slide Bu Erni. Ibu Erni, can you please send your slide to the committee? Okay. Okay, can you? Yeah. Can you please send it, resend it again? And while waiting, we should go ahead with Ibu Yeni. Is that okay? If you present first, okay. And we will go ahead with the fourth presenter, Ibu Yeni Amulyani, with her research on bird diversity in the enrichment experiment plots of an oil palm plantations.
Thank you, Ibu Ina. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to present our study, the result conducted by myself and my student is here, and Ibu Dami, on bird diversity in the enrichment experiment plot of an oil palm plantation in Jambi. Bisa di? Nggak bisa. Okay, next please. Pointer. Okay, the background of this study, because we know that land cover changes into palm oil has been known to depopulate avifauna due to loss of habitat heterogeneity. Like in the first presentation, that habitat that habitat complexity of heterogeneity is very important for biodiversity. So the idea is increase of the habitat heterogeneity, human-modified landscape such as agroforestry can increase bird diversity. So in 2013, a collaboration between University of Göttingen, Germany, and EPB University and University of Jambi and several other universities set up an experiment in oil palm plantation in Jambi area. And in that experiment, they planted up to 6 species of native trees inside the oil palm plantation in different size of plots 5 to 5 meters, 5 times 5 meters square, 10 times 10, and 20 times 20, and 40 times 40 meters square. In the 1 year after the plantation, there's research on how the planting affect the biodiversity of birds, of birds and arthropods. So this study will look at whether experimental plots to enrich oil palm habitat with natural tree will succeed in increasing biodiversity of birds. Next, please. Previous studies showed that less complex habitat had lower bird diversity richness. In this study conducted in neotropic area by Nigeria and Simoneti, and showed that understory in oil palm plantation have positive effect in increasing bird species richness up to 3.6 times higher. And study by Miriam Chusser in Jambi showed that there is correlation between biodiversity and the size of the tree island. And enrichment planting provide positive effect on biodiversity in general. In addition to that, if we talk about biodiversity, there's another concept, not only species diversity, but functional diversity. Because similar number of birds with different feeding guild will express different ecosystem function. So research by Asman in Malaysia showed that differences in feeding guild composition in different types of habitat. And my study in Kalimantan showed that oil palm plantation was dominated by frugivores for the understory habitat. Next, please. So the objective of our study was to examine bird diversity richness and diversity and feeding guild diversity after 9 years of planting non-oil palm species in enrichment experimental plot. Next, please. This, sorry. So this study site and looks like this with the oil palm and vegetation, non-oil palm vegetation. The 6 species including jengkol, petai, sungkai, durian, jelutung, and meranti. Next, please. The study site is in Jambi province near the Bungku area. The oil palm plantation age from 9 to 20 years old, and we use only enrichment plots with the size of 400 meters square and 1,600 meters square. We didn't use the smaller plots. And this is the location of the plots. Next, please. Next, please. Stuck. Oh, anyway, we used for bird survey, we do the point count and using the radius of 50 meters, and we use the and we use the enrichment plot as the center for the observation, and we recorded all birds seen or heard within the radius of 50 meters. And the observation was conducted in the morning, mostly in the morning, but when necessary, we also added the observation in the afternoon. In addition to that, we also record the bird species outside the point count radius, but we didn't include in the analysis. The total number of bird species that we recorded was 33 species of 20 families, with the highest number of species are from the family of Columbidae and Sylviidae, but most families are represented by only one species. This is the representative of Columbidae, granivores, and this is the representative of Sylviidae. Next, please. For bird abundance, we found that there are variation in the bird abundance, but the higher number of plant species and also the larger plots have the higher abundance. And the most abundance was the Orthotomus trophiceps, Cinenen kelabu, and yellow-painted bulbul, Merba curug-curug. Next, please. We also found that species diversity using the Shannon index and Margalef index a little bit higher in the size, in the larger plot size. This is consistent with the result by Tusher in 2016 that larger plots have higher diversity. Next, please. For feeding guilds, we found that the most abundant are insectivores, either both in the number of species or in the number of individuals. So the conclusion of this study is larger plots harbor higher species richness and diversity. Insectivores dominate the feeding guild of birds in oil palm plantation, and compared to the result of 1 year after planting, the bird species richness increased by diversity by 57% after 9 years of planting. Next, please. This study was funded by ABS fund from CRC 99 efforts, and we are grateful to Catherine Westphal for her comments on the proposal, and also thank you for administration matters by Rizky and also Azru. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Yeni. Lastly, we should go back to Ibu Erni. Okay, we will, hopefully the slides will be okay this time. Okay, we will wait, Bu Erni. You can start as well if you want to give some introductions to your research. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Erni. Well, dear participants, although we started late, but somehow thank you all speakers because we managed to have exactly finished on time. So we will have 15 minutes of discussion without me having to cut down to 10 minutes, okay? So open the floor for questions. 1, 2, one more. Okay, for now, 2. Anybody? Or, yeah. Please state your name and the institutions that you are associated with. Thank you. And
My
to
name-
whom you
Hello?
ask the questions.
Hello, my name is Rita. I'm from KVT. My question is, from these 4 speakers, I can see that Pak Darsono, if I can make compilation from the whole presenters, so Pak Darsono said, let's do harvest in oil palm garden because the succession of soil is worth it to do. That's the things that worth it to do. Well, the question is what kind of harvesting, what kind of biodiversity, I think let's leave it. I mean, that needs more research to do. But from Pak Naim and Bu Yeni shows that there is birds abundance, there is frog, there is leopard, and then from Bu Erni said that's pest control of the bird. So it means it's a land of promising. The oil palm is a land of promising. So can I say that maybe next year, maybe we going to hear, let's say, we going to harvest something, not only sawit, but something else. I don't know, maybe we can harvest frog, maybe we can harvest bird, maybe we can harvest earthworm or whatever. But is that a valid question?
Okay, thank you, Rita. It's a valid question. We will later hear the answers from the speakers. Next question.
The question is for, my name is Dedi Purnomo from PT Smart. The question is for Ibu Yeni Mulyani. According to your presentation about planting like durian, pete, and other, how you plant that plants in the oil palm plantation, and how about the economical value for this? Because if according to you how to plant in the oil palm, because in oil palm plantation we now is mechanization, mechanization. So are the disturb for the activity for harvest or anything or other? Okay, thank you.
Okay. One more? Yeah?
One question for Bu Eni. I think you saw that the bird diversity is higher in oil palm plantation next to the forest, right? So what's the reason for that? Why there is more in that? Can you compare it with what's the diversity, the bird diversity in the forest itself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lalang. I will give, okay, one more. Why not?
Okay, thank you very much for your time. My name is Ana Agung Ketut Aryawan. I'm from PT Smart TBK. I have one question for Mr. Sudarsono Sudomo. Yeah, just one question. For oil palm plantation, do you agree we base your for your opinion? I think we I got your message. I think we no need the conservation area like that, because but don't agree about this one, because we focus to make a little bit balance the biodiversity in our plantation, because high biodiversity, they can have the ecosystem services also, like food web. This if we try to cultivation the oil palm, so we try to make the food web is continue again in our plantation like that. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I will pass it on to Ibu Yeni first, so that I don't have to walk to Professor Dasono. That's the only reason why.
Thank you, Ibu Ina. I would like to respond to the question on how to plant and the mechanization. Actually, there's another research on the trade-off between the planting, the enrichment planting, between the biodiversity and the economical value of the oil palm, and it's already published. There are several papers actually, but one not me. Yeah, according for the planting, because for the experiment for the large plot, the effort cut off some of the palm, the oil palm tree. Yeah, so it's like there's some clearings, but for the smaller plot, for like the 25 meters square, they didn't cut the tree. So some area of the plantation are cleared. Yeah, and according to the study by Dodi and et al., maybe also Pak Sudomo included in that paper, calculating the trade-off. Because the plantation is like jengkol and petai, they are also economical species. So the reduced harvest of the oil palm is like compensated by the result of the harvest of that. And of course, there's like drawback, because as you said, that its mechanization is a bit difficult for harvesting. That's maybe that's a negative side, yeah. But in total, the study said that all in all, it will be good for the biodiversity and also for the economic. It's not really negative, the impact. Yeah, okay. Maybe Pak Sudarsono ikut nulis paper itu kan kalau nggak salah? Yeah. Maybe Pak Sudomo can explain more about that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Vina.
Yeah, I think Ibu Yeni's answer also answered a little bit of Ibu Rita's questions at the end, whether we can harvest other than the palm itself. Yeah, perhaps the Professor Naim, yeah, and Professor Dasono can also answer this question.
Okay, regarding for Ibu Rita questioning for harvest not only fruit but we can harvest for the birds and also for leopard cats. It's quite provocative question actually, but yeah, quite interesting. Yeah, that we already mentioned that once we know the function for the animals that are present in our plantation, we actually already get the benefit from their presence. While we found leopard cat, example, feed almost exclusively on rats, quite similar with barn owl. For barn owl, we consider as a air force. Sometimes we have jokes we have already air force for the barn owl, but we need our army also. That's why the leopard cat is suitable candidates for the army because foraging quite intense in the ground. And also for, I think we may need to raise the awareness for their presence and also their contribution in our plantation. Sometimes we, think that their presence no any benefit to our plantation. That's why we don't think that they don't need to boost their population in our plantation. That's why once I mentioned that sometimes we still don't know their function, but some already known that and also quite significant to contribute to the most important one is reduce the pesticide use. I think while we reduce the pesticide use, may also increase the other beneficial animals in our plantation. Maybe that's our comments.
Terima kasih, Pak. Well, basically, what I'm trying to deliver is that, okay, let's use our scarce resources more efficiently and more rationally. That's basically, if it is suitable for conservation, okay, but don't always, I have a high biodiversity and then conserve. High biodiversity, this site has high biodiversity and then conserve. This site has low biodiversity, we can cultivate. No. If low biodiversity could be a symptom of less favorable for cultivation. So we need to conserve that area. For example, heat forest, for example. We need to conserve heat forest because once it's cleared, it is irreversible. But high biodiversity doesn't mean need to be conserved. It could be, well, it is very favorable for almost everything. So if we clear up this site for cultivation, will the biodiversity fall? If not, let's do it. But if the clearing up the land threat the biodiversity, don't do it. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And then let's collaborate in doing research, not only biodiversity expert, but biodiversity expert with social expert, with economics, with economists, and so on. So basically, the result of the research is going to be more meaningful rather than conserve, but no money. The increase of the conservation area is so fast, but the budget is constant. So basically, the budget per unit of area falls. Basically, the threat is increases. So I think it's not wise. We increase the conservation area, but we cannot provide adequate budget to implement the conservation. That's basically it. But no, well, if we are happy with the high biodiversity in oil palm and has a positive impact on oil palm, okay, that's fine. Okay, just let keep that biodiversity. I'm not saying that, okay, just clear up all the the remaining forest for cultivation. No, if it is good for oil palm, okay, let's maintain it. But if it is not, okay, let's cultivate it. As simple as that. Basically, the goal is for the welfare of the society. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sudarsono. Bu Erni? Okay, thank you, Ibu Erni. Time shows that this is a break time, but I just want to let you know, I should stand up, sorry, because there's a person there who cannot see me. Yeah. Yes? Lalang. Okay, thank you. And thank you for all of you who have participated in the discussions. But if you still have some questions, you can ask directly to the speakers because it's now time for break, for half an hour break, and then you can come here again for the other sessions. I would just like to say that based on the discussions, I think it justifies what the keynote speakers are saying this morning, and that for myself, I think we should see sustainability. People see sustainability from different sides. So there's sustainability from ecology, sustainability from social, sustainability from economic sides. So for us who are environmentally friendly oriented and socially oriented, the discussions, the results of the discussions today suggest that mixing or developing agroforestry or least intensive management would be more environmentally and it would be socially more beneficial. But that will be the questions for the oil palm company itself. Is it cost effective enough? Is it profitable enough? And perhaps in the future, there will be more results. They are comparing, although Ibu Yeni was asking, there are some research that has been done to compare between the two different types of management with the results of reduce the oil palm fruits, the number, but it's compensated with other products. So perhaps that's some of the things that we will have to continue to discuss to have a win-win solutions. Thank you very much again for all the speakers and to the participants, and hopefully I will see you back within the next half an hour. Have a great coffee break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Erni. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all participants. In this panel session, I will present a paper with the title "The Role of Oil Plantation Company in Biodiversity Conservation." This is our team, myself, Joko Mijarto, and then Hannes Arif and Intan Purnama Sari. This is our outline, the first introduction, method, result and discussion, oil plant plantation in Indonesia, sustainable oil plant certification, the role of oil plant company in biodiversity conservation, and conclusion. Indonesia is a country known as a mega biodiversity country. Indonesia ranked second as a mega biodiversity country after Brazil. But the potential of biodiversity is inseparable from the threat of extinction. Based on Republika, the threat of extinction of biodiversity at the species, habitat, and ecosystem level in Indonesia is the highest in the world. The threat of extinction occurs because of the high rate of deforestation in Indonesia. One of the major issues related to the high rate of deforestation in Indonesia is the conversion of forest to oil plantation. Many research results state that oil palm is the cause of the decline in the biodiversity. But oil plantation companies have been asked to meet several standards related to sustainable management of oil plantation. But from the government, Indonesia Sustainable Palm Oil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I'm Siti Nurjana from Cairo University, Ternate. In this opportunity, I will share some of the research of my research about the role of high conservation value area for biodiversity in oil palm plantation, PTY Musi Agro Indah in Sumatera. The existence of oil palm plantation can be sparked from the perception of the loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity in agriculture, in this case, is oil palm plantation. I think that support the economy in Indonesia. Some opinion says that
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hafiza Nahlunisa from Indonesia. I like to present our research with the title, The Role of Plant Species Diversity in Maintaining Ecological Balance in Oil Palm Plantation. Introduction: in this study, oil palm is a plantation commodity which has an estimated land area of 15.8 million hectares.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zakia from Institut Teknologi Sawit Indonesia, North Sumatra, Medan. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to present the result of our research. And title is Mycorrhiza Utilization was conduct on Naibaho and Sumatera, Medan. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity. Ingrid Ovi Yosepin, Aris Karyawan, Tinan Naibaho, and Adi Saragi. The study was conducted on oil palm nurseries aged 4 to 8 months. In one seedling period, need 20. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zakia from Institut Teknologi Sawit Indonesia, North Sumatra, Medan. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to present the result of our research. And title is Mycorrhiza Utilization in Palm Oil Nurseries to Reduce Inorganic Fertilizer Dose. My team are Ingrid Ovi Yosepin, Aris Karyawan, Tinan Naibaho, and Adi Saragi. The study was conducted on oil palm nurseries aged 4 to 8 months. In one seedling period, need 25 gram compound fertilizer 1, 130 gram compound fertilizer 2, and 55 glycerin. And all fertilizer is inorganic fertilizer. Nursery planting media usually use topsoil, but nowadays it is difficult to find topsoil in very large quantities. Ultisol, which is the dominate, is the type of soil that dominates Indonesia's mainland. Ultisol are acidic soil due to the potassium, calcium, and magnesium nutrient which have been washed. The fertility level of ultisol is relatively low, rich in aluminium. The efficiency of phosphor fertilization is low, and effort is needed. Hence, fertilization is carried out effectively and efficiently. Arbuscular mycorrhiza have been produced commercially and are available in large and small packets. Hence, consumers can easily obtain arbuscular mycorrhiza fungi to apply as fertilizer for the cultivated plants. The type and dose of fertilizing oil palm seeds using topsoil as a planting medium are also widely known. However, data on the growth of oil palm seedling and the percentage of the fertilizer dose can be reduced with the type and dose coupled with the application of mycorrhiza on ultisol as a planting medium has not been obtained. Therefore, this research aims to determine the growth of oil palm seedling and the percentage of inorganic fertilizer that can be reduced in the oil palm main nurseries by arbuscular mycorrhiza or mycophyr fungi application. Research design, a non-factorial completely randomized design. As a treatment factor, the dose of fertilization in the main nursery with the addition of 50 gram mycorrhiza. The treatment range 100% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza, and 2, 75% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza, 3, 50% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza, 4, 25% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza, and 5, without any organic fertilizer and only 50 gram mycorrhiza. Each treatment was repeated 4 times. Page of research. Planting seeds. The 3-month-old seedling from pre-nursery will plant in polybag main nursery, which already contain ultisol. In one polybag, the volume of ultisol was 8 kilograms. Watering seeds. Seedling will water regularly 2 times a day. It's 1 liter in the morning and 1 liter in the afternoon. Fertilization. Fertilization of oil palm seedling begins in the 2nd week after transplanting. The dose of inorganic fertilizer used in this research refers to the main nursery fertilization dose. Type and dose of fertilizer based on treatment are present in Table 1. This column is 100% dose of fertilizer, and every treatment is reduced 25%. This research used ultisol as a medium. The soil characteristic analysis result shown in Table 2. Observation, plant height, number of leaves, stem diameter, root length, dry weight of roots and shoots, and phosphor uptake. Result and discussion. Plant height. The average plant height was not significantly different at the age of 4, 5, and 7 months, but it was significantly different at the age of 6 and 8 months. The application of 50% and
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the second half of the afternoon session. We will start soon. And for this afternoon sessions, we will have 4 presenters. Let me just check if they are around. Mr. Joko Mijarto, can you hear me? Okay, is that you, Pak Joko? We can't see you. For the participants, you are welcome to bring in coffee, tea, and snacks inside this room. Halo, Joko. Okay. Okay, thank you all of the participants here. Again, I will, hello. Okay, just a minute, Pak Joko. So there will be 4 presenters today, and all 4 are presented virtually. So all of you will see them di layar di depan. And for this afternoon sessions, the discussion will be conducted after the presentations because some of the presenters, they have another meeting, and one of the presenter is currently not in healthy condition. So after each presenter, we will have 1 to 2 minutes of discussions. Okay, Pak Joko, if you are ready, we can start with your presentations. Mr. Joko Mijiarto's presentation is on the functions of high conservation value area to support biodiversity conservation in Indonesia. 15 minutes, Mr. Joko, thank you. Terdengar? Okay, thank you, Pak Joko, and sorry for the late start of these presentations. And I was informed that Pak Joko must leave the meeting by 3:30. That's why I did not stop him, because it was pre-recorded at first, but somehow there was some technical difficulties. But because the sound was not that clear, I will just read the highlights of this research. It's basically research on the importance of high conservation value areas in biodiversity conservations. And based on Mr. Joko's research, the high conservation value area, it was determined based on the presence of endangered and protected animals, such as proboscis monkey and orangutans. And with the stipulation of the area as a high conservation value area, a company, oil palm company, must conduct socializations to the company and workers to take care of these animals. And the existence of the HCV area indirectly supports the government program to protect important animals outside the conservation area. So there won't be any discussions for Mr. Jokos, but I just would like to add that his research also complements the KLHK's intention of reaching net sink by 2030. It calls Indonesia's Volu net sink 2030, where for the conservation divisions, it was found that actually a large part of the percentage of animals are found outside protected areas. And one of the important of the presence of oil palm companies is the high conservation value of this area. So oil palm companies also have a great place, major role in also helping the biodiversity conservations. And looking forward, KLHK is intended to use biodiversity as an indicator of monitoring the net sink. So using wildlife to measure the success of this Volu net sink. So this research by Mr. Joko and colleagues actually justifies and the research that oil palm companies is also has some probably responsibility as well to be environmentally friendly and also to support the government's program. Okay, we should go to the next presenter, which is Siti Nurjana. Are you there? Okay, I see your name is there. Hello. How are you? Yes, it's nice to see you, although virtually. But okay, we will have your presentation for the next 15 minutes, and then afterward, we will have discussions right away. So stay put. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I'm Siti Nurjana from Cairo University, Ternate. In this opportunity, I will share some of the research of my research about the role of high conservation value area for biodiversity in oil palm plantation, PTY Musi Agro Indah in South Sumatra. The existence of oil palm plantation can be sparked from the perception of the loss of biodiversity. Biodiversity in agriculture, in this case, is oil palm plantation. I think that support the economy in Indonesia. Some opinion says that land use for production is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, with approximately 270 hectares of biodiversity hotspot in the tropic with potential for oil palm plantation. Refer to GAPKI 2022. In 2021, export revenue from oil palm plantation will be $35 billion, about 52% higher than in 2020. That means that country income from exporting plantation product is increasing every year. Although oil palm plantation contribute large from income to the country, the opinion that biodiversity is declining to oil palm plantation is still a matter of debate. The low biodiversity in oil palm plantation is caused by monoculture and the absence of the main component of forest vegetation, which include forest trees, liana, and also epiphytic orchid. It is about some research also size like that. Oil palm plantation are currently required to implement the principle of environmental management, natural resources, and biodiversity as one of the requirements to obtain ISPO or Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil certification. As one of the countries with the largest exports of palm oil product, Indonesia is also a voluntary member of the RSPO, or Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. In other words, one of Indonesia's efforts to implement sustainable palm oil plantation is to implement the goals of ISPO and RSPO, namely conserving biodiversity and ensuring that no primary forests and high conservation value area are used as oil palm plantation. One form of implementation of ISPO and RSPO carried out by palm oil plantation in Indonesia is to maintain area with high conservation value. Refer to data of RSPO in August 2022, the area that already has an RSPO certificate in Indonesia is more 2 million hectares. High conservation area is a basic component in the implementation of biodiversity conservation in oil palm plantation, which consists of HGV1 until HGV6. Areas that have HGV attribute or criteria cannot development activities by maintaining and enhancing HGV's area. Refer to EDFA at 2011. The current HGV criteria are still considered ineffective and have a strong basis. So it is necessary for various groups, but of government and NGOs to create new criteria so that the implementation of HGV's application in oil palm plantation can ensure the protection of biodiversity. So there is a need for research on the role of HGVs in protecting biodiversity in oil palm plantation. My research that conducted at PTY Musi Agro Industri Sumatra, and the data needed is the study is diversity of plant, diversity of mammal, and diversity of bird. The data collection of plant in the HGV area consists of data of trees, poles, saplings, seedling, and also the underground. And the plot size is referred to the research of Kusuma in 2007, and the data method of in oil palm plantation of collecting underground data is a form of 2 by 2 meter plots, and each land cover consists of 15 plots. Because in oil palm plantation is only found the underground plant. And the inventory of the diversity of mammal using the line transit method, and the biodiversity using the line transect method, and also observation point. The length of the path is 1 kilometer with a width of 100 meters, and the observation made in the morning and the afternoon for 3 repetition. The data record include the time of encounter and the number of individual of each species. Inventory of plant, mammals, and also bird diversity is conducted in 4 locations or 4 land cover. That is HGV's area, and also oil palm plantation, medium oil plantation, and also young oil plantation. Plant species diversity in HGV's area is are included in the protected list according to regulation in Indonesia, appendicitis, and also in red list IUCN, but found 5 species that less concern category in IUCN. There is Glutawarici, Barringtoni acutangula, Neonacra calicina, Nipah frutica, and also Platoxylum formosum. In this table, we know that there is only 1 individual in 1 family. There is a Platoxylum formosum, and no other plant species were found in the Hyperiaceae family. The best species, Platoxylum formosum, is a plant species that has many use, such as budding material, coating dyes, and edible young leaves. Also, the species not protected. If its presence is not noticed, it will cause extinction at the local level and affect the existence of wildlife that use this plant as food plant. Contrary of oil palm plantation, There were 19 other species found in old oil palm plantation and medium oil palm plantation, and 70 species in the young oil palm plantation. The undisturbed species were dominated by Clademia hirta in old oil palm plantation, and medium oil plantation is Agratum conistoides, and the young oil palm plantation is Asis gangetica. This table shows that dominant undisturbed species found in each oil palm land cover. As in HEFIS area, none of the plants found in oil palm plantation are included in the criteria of protected plant, either by the government, the CITES appendix, and also the red list of IUCN. Also, in the oil palm plantations are only understood species of one. They can be used by life such as butterflies. There is the data of mammal and bird diversity were found in young palm oil, medium palm oil, and also the old palm oil, and also HCFIS area. And in the table notes that there is 4 species which protected by government in Indonesia, AUCN, and also the CITES. Table show that the mama species are found in HEFIS area were more diverse and more numerous than those in oil palm plantation. And the Malaysian field rat or Ratus theomaticus species was found in every location. This is because the species is very adaptable to new place. And the table, so we can see that the only mama species found in the HEFIS area, there is Farilutu, or we can say Trachypetatus cristatus, and the long-tailed macaca. This is because the plant species in the HEFIS area are more diverse, and there are many tall trees for these 2 species for activities, such as flying or foraging. And Silverbutung is a species that require trees for foraging activities, as place to sleep, and also a place to move from the other 3. And the population density of Lutung or Silvery Butung and all the primates in a place depends on the presence of trees and carrying capacity of their habitat. In the diagram, we can see that the diversity of birds in HEV is higher than the oil palm plantation, and also the mammal diversity is also the higher from palm oil plantation. And there is a species that include in protected by government in Indonesia or appendix of CITES, and also the record list in IUCN. But Anhininga melanugaster and also Prenia familiaris is not to include of the HEV area, because criteria of the bird of diversity of mammal, the bird of mammal, and also a plant can be criteria of IUCN is there is the species is vulnerable or endangered. PT YMC Agroinda was established in 1990 and has an HFS area is 21.51 hectare. Based on the result of the research, it saw that HCV area of BTY Musi is the HCV1, which is an area that has important biodiversity, and also HCV5, which is an area that has a role in providing natural environment service. The determination of HGV1 at BTY Musi is according with the species of bird and mammal. Therefore, into the IUCN, there is a vulnerable and endangered criteria, and appendix 1 or 2 inside this, but we just found appendix 2, and also the protected under the regulation in Indonesia. Why the determination of HV5? Because the HV are also river border. The implementation of HV's area is linked to the RSPO on Principle 7 and ISPO in Principle 3. That is environmental responsibility and conservation of natural resources and biodiversity. This shows that PTY Musi Agro Indah has implemented principle 7 of the ISPO to supporting the biodiversity. Based on the research of the inventory ICP area, there are plant species that only found 1 and 2 individuals in one family. This requires more attention when monitoring and evaluating the HFS area so that the species remain sustainable, because if the species are lost, the biodiversity in the area of HCVS will also be disturbed. In addition, in the HCVS area, there are 2 primary species were found as the factor of the criteria of HCV1. There is Macaca fascicularis and also Silphiredutum Tracipitaceus cristatus. Also, the macaca species is not protected under the Indonesian regulation. The global population in this species continues to decline. It has result in increase in status to endangered in 2022 from previously vulnerable in 2020, and in 2008 there's a list concern of LC of red list in the IUCN. So there's a conclusion of my research. The assistance of ICPSS in oil palm plantation is essential in maintaining the diversity of plant and animal species in around them. It is also one of 2 ways to support the government effort to protect species based on the regulation. Considering protected types of plant and animal population and the biodiversity at the global level in according with ratification of the United Nations or CBD Convention on Biological Diversity. Okay, thank you. That's the last for my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Siti. There's still some technical difficulties here, but we'll go ahead if there are any questions from the floor for Ibu Siti. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Siti Nurjana. There are no questions from the floor. I would just like to state the highlights of this research. Ibu Siti Nurjana's research is basically in line with Pak Joko's research that high conservation areas is very important in biodiversity conservations. And Ibu Siti Nurjana adds that the high conservation value areas, it's also act as an ecological balance in oil palm plantation areas, which are shown by her research results. Okay, thank you again for Ibu Siti Nurjana. We will go ahead with Ibu Hafiza Nahlunisa, who will give presentations on the role of plant species diversity in maintaining ecological balance in oil palm plantations. Ibu Hafiza, are you there? We always have some challenges when it comes to hybrid sessions. So hopefully next year we all have to take off our mask and we can have 100% offline presenters. Because all the virtual presenters are pre-recorded, so we cannot stop them in the middle. And yeah, hopefully. Okay, are you there? Louisa? Can we start?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hafiza Nahlunisa from Indonesia. I like to present our research with the title, The Role of Plant Species Diversity in Maintaining Ecological Balance in Oil Palm Plantation. Introduction: in this study, oil palm is a plantation commodity which has an estimated land area of 15.8 million hectares and has a high production of 49.7 million tons in 2021, so that it can improve the economy of Indonesia. However, the existence of oil palm plantation is controversial because it's suspected to threaten the existence of biodiversity, especially plant species diversity. The level of plant species is expected to decrease in number. Therefore, sustainable management of oil palm plantation is needed to protect biodiversity and the important ecological within. The adoption of this sustainable practice can provide economic benefits as well as meet market demand for palm oil certified by ISPO and RSPO. One of the principles in fulfilling RSPO certification is environmental responsibility and biodiversity conservation. The implementation of this principle can be started by identifying the level of plant species diversity and the role plant species diversity in maintaining ecological balance in the plantation environment. Suddenly, the diversity of plant species in oil palm plantation is getting less attention. It's because the plant species diversity is considered to be a competitor for oil palm plantation in obtaining water and nutrients. But several studies have shown that the plant species diversity provide benefits in the agroecosystem that contribute to key ecosystem function and services such as nutrient recycling, preventing soil erosion, pest and disease control, and mediating greenhouse gas flux. Data regarding plant species diversity and its role in ecology on oil palm plantation in Indonesia is limited. So this study aimed to examine the diversity of plant species and determine the role of plant species in maintaining ecological balance on an oil palm plantation. The information will contribute to plant conservation so that the sustainable management of oil palm plantation can be carried out correctly and has a good impact on ecology and on economy of oil palm plantation. This research was conducted in one large-scale oil palm plantation, namely PTTPR, and two smallholder oil palm plantation, or SOP. in the Regency of Ogan Komering Ilir, province of South Sumatra. The study in PTTPR was conducted on 4 kinds of land cover, namely young growth oil palm plantation or IG, medium growth oil palm plantation or MG, old growth oil palm plantation or OG, and high conservation value or HCV. The inventory of plant species was carried out by analysis of vegetation using a single plot in each land cover. The following is an image of plot along with the size and description used in the data collection. The data collected for all growth include the species name, the number of individual of each species, while the pole and tree measurement were made on diameter. Data on the role of plant species were collected from study literature. The following is the formula for use data analysis. Species diversity with Shannon-Wiener index, species richness with Margalef index, and evenness diversity with evenness species with evenness index. The result of vegetation analysis showed that the number of plant species in the study area was 49 species. The highest amount of land cover was found in the small order oil palm plantation. Oil palm plantation was 22 species, while the number of species of medium growth land cover at least only 9 species. The most common plant growths were at the seedling and undergrowth level. This finding is not different from research which states that the oil palm plantation there is a lot of diversity of undergrowth. Meanwhile, plants at the growth at stage of sapling, poles, and tree were only found in HCP. The diversity value of plant species in the each land cover is present in Figure 1. The value of the plant species diversity in oil palm plantation area ranges from 1.17 to 2.18. It can be seen that the level of plant species diversity is in the medium category. This value is the same as that found by previous research, namely the value of plant species diversity in oil palm plantation in the medium category. The value of plant species richness in smallholder oil palm plantation is higher because the oil palm plantation are still small, so the area is more open and cause a lot of undergrowth species to grow and develop. The lowest evenness value in HCP indicates that there is a dominant species compared to the other species. It can be seen from the result of the study that is Piper adoctum species dominant with 61 individual. The value of diversity on species in HCP has a lower value than the other. It's because the land cover before the area was converted into the plantation was short. So in the HCP area in plantation there were only 15. Plant diversity has an important ecological function for life, including in the oil palm plantation environment. High plant diversity will produce a stable ecosystem, while the extinction or decrease in plant diversity can cause damage to the food chain and disrupt ecosystem stability. Based on the literature study, it was found there are 24 plant species or 51% that have the potential special role in the ecological system in plantation environment. There are 10 types of ecological role that can occur the diversity of plants in oil palm plantation. The first, regulating soil moisture, we found 4 species. Producing litter for nutrient formation, we found 5 species. Fertilizing the soil and absorbing toxin, we found 3 species. Regulating water management and prevent erosion, we found 3 species. Increasing soil carbon stock and groundwater availability, we found 2 species. Animal feed, we found 5 species. Feed for wildlife, organic fertilizer, cover tree for wildlife, conservation, and we found 4 species. Table 3 show that the plant species that have a role in ecology of oil palm plantation. On this page is a list of the role of ecology, especially to the relates into soil, water, and nutrient. And this table show that the ecological of plant species on animals or wildlife and pest species. Several species of plants that have an ecological role are found, such as Neprolepis bisserata, Stenoclaupalustris, Lygodium japonicum, Diplexium esculentum, Dicranopteris linearis, and Adiantum sp. Plants have ecological and economic benefits. The ecological function of ferns include ground cover vegetation, producing litter for the formation of soil nutrient, environmental bioindicator, and food chain producer. Based on study literature, Neprolepis bisserata can reduce the water deficit by 51.53% and contribute nutrients by 15.7 ton dry weight per hectare per year or 7.7 ton carbon per hectare per year. Besides ferns, Eleutheris dulcis also has many ecological roles in the ecosystem of oil palm plantation. Eleutheris dulcis is known as a pest control that contains organic nutrients which if the contents which can increase soil pH, magnesium and calcium to provide soil fertility, and also be used as an organic fertilizer and biofilter. So, biofilter and to improve water quality and absorb toxic compounds such as iron, sulfur, lead, mercury, and cadmium. Other studies show that this species can absorb lead from the liquid waste of the palm oil plantation oil industry by 0.30 to 0.32 until 0.54 ppm at roots and 0.24 until 0.27 ppm in stems. Besides, not only Eleutheris dulcis, Assistacia gengetica can also be used as a cover and increase the availability of nutrients and pH. This species can increase soil carbon stock by 100% compared to soil without ground cover. The diversity of underground species in the oil palm plantation can also be used as animal feed. Other studies state that the 70.37% of underground in oil palm plantation can be used as animal feed. Oil palm plantation can reduce weed control costs by more than 16% and weed control system raising up to 30 and until 60%. Based on study literature, Assistacia gengetica favored by cattle, Digitaria stiliaris favored by goats, Eleutheris dulcis favored by buffalo, and etc. Not only for animal feed, but several species of plants found can be potential for feed for wildlife. Leucina indica, Eleutheris dulcis, Imperata cylindrical are the types of plants that can attract insects as bird food. Santica, this is an advantage for insectivorous birds because the plant will provide food for them. Santica 2020 found that the most common birds at PTTPR is insectivorous birds, and he found that the 4 species of fruit-eating birds use Melastoma malabatricum as their food, and 2 species of nectar-eating birds use nectar from Melaleuca lavanda. The sum of species can potential to be pest and disease control. Based on literature, paper Eductum, Chromalena odorata, Eleutheris dulcis has bioactive substance that can be insecticide. Okay, based on the result of this research that have been explained, it can be concluded that the number of plant species found at the research site was 49 species, and the diversity of plant species included in the medium category. Around 51% of plant diversity in oil palm plantation has an important ecological role that has a positive impact on oil palm plantation. The ecological role of these types of plants are to regulate soil moisture, produce a little for the formation of nutrients, fertilize the soil and absorb toxins, regulate water management and prevent erosion, increase soil carbon stock and availability of groundwater, animal feed for wildlife, pest and disease control, etc. The existence of this diversity of plant species will provide benefits and positive impacts on oil palm plantation in maintaining ecosystem, improving the economy, and supporting the sustainable management of oil palm plantation. Okay, that's all of our presentation about the role of plant species diversity in maintaining ecological balance in oil plant plantation in this international conference. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Questions? Anyone? Yes, go ahead. There's one question for you, Ibu Siti Nurjana. I hope you're still there. Okay.
My name Didi Purnomo from Sumatri. I want to ask about the name of Asistasia gangetica, because in the presenter before, Ibu Siti Nurjana also say about Asistasia gangetica. In my knowledge, we have two type of Asistasia gangetica, which is Asistasia gangetica subspecies micrantha and Asistasia gangetica subspecies gangetica. And we also say, because the long name, so we say for Asistasia gangetica subspecies micrantha, we say Asistasia micrantha. And for Asistasia gangetica subspecies gangetica, we say Asistasia gangetica. While in my knowledge in oil palm plantation, Asistasia, the name of Asistasia is Asistasia micrantha. This is we see for the flower. The flower is white flower. For Asistasia gangetica, the flower is purple. So, in your research, what found do in Asistasia? The white purple, the white flower or purple flower? Because in oil palm plantation, maybe very rare to see Asistasia gangetica subspecies gangetica.
Okay, can you reply on the questions, Hafiza? It's tough being a mom.
Yes? Okay, thank you, Ibu Hafiza. I think she should attend her child. So thank you, Ibu Hafiza. Have a great day. We will go ahead to the next presenter. Ibu Sakia, are you there? Yes, okay. I was informed by the committee that you are having a fever right now. So if you are not feeling well going on cam, you can hear us off cam. And later on, after the presentations, there will be some questions. Probably your research has some will be of interest of some of the participants. So it's all right. It will be okay if later on you can go online, the camera on cam. But if you are not feeling too well, you can answer it off cam as well. Okay, and Ibu Sakia will present her research on mycorrhiza utilization in oil palm nurseries to reduce inorganic fertilizer doses. So, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Zakia from Institut Teknologi Sawit Indonesia, North Sumatra, Medan. I would like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to present the result of our research. And title is Mycorrhiza Utilization in Palm Oil Nurseries to Reduce Inorganic Fertilizer Dose. My team are Ingrid Ovi Yosepin, Aris Karyawan, Tinan Naibaho, and Adi Saragi. The study was conducted on oil palm nurseries aged 4 to 8 months. In one seedling period, need 25 gram compound fertilizer 1, 130 gram compound fertilizer 2, and 55 Kiserit. And all fertilizer is inorganic fertilizer. Nursery planting media usually use topsoil, but nowadays it is difficult to find topsoil in very large quantities. Ultisol, which is the dominate, is the type of soil that dominates Indonesia's mainland. Ultisol are acidic soil due to the potassium, calcium, and magnesium nutrient which have been washed. The fertility level of ultisol is relatively low, rich in aluminium. The efficiency of phosphor fertilization is low, and effort is needed. Hence, fertilization is carried out effectively and efficiently. Arbuscular mycorrhiza have been produced commercially and are available in large and small packages. Hence, consumers can easily obtain arbuscular mycorrhiza fungi to apply as fertilizer for the cultivated plants. The type and dose of fertilizing oil palm seeds using topsoil as a planting medium are also widely known. However, data on the growth of oil palm seedling and the percentage of the fertilizer dose can be reduced with the type and dose coupled with the application of mycorrhiza on ultisol as a planting medium has not been obtained. Therefore, this research aims to determine the growth of oil palm seedling and the percentage of inorganic fertilizer that can be reduced in the oil palm main nurseries by arbuscular mycorrhiza or mycophyr fungi application. Research design, a non-factorial completely randomized design. As a treatment factor, the dose of fertilization in the main nursery with the addition of 50 gram mycorrhiza. The treatment range 1. 100% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza. And 2. 75% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza. 3. 50% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza. 4. 25% standard dose of fertilization plus 50 gram mycorrhiza. And 5. Without any organic fertilizer and only 50 gram mycorrhiza. Each treatment was repeated 4 times. Page of research. Planting seeds. The 3-month-old seedling from pre-nursery will plant in polybag main nursery, which already contain Utisol. In 1 polybag, the volume of Utisol was 8 kilograms. Watering seeds. Seedling will water regularly, 2 times a day. It's 1 liter in the morning and 1 liter in the afternoon. Fertilization. Fertilization of oil palm seedling begins in the 2nd week after transplanting. The dose of inorganic fertilizer used in this research refers to the main nursery fertilization dose. Type and dose of fertilizer based on treatment are present in Table 1. This column is 100% dose of fertilizer, and every treatment is reduced 25%. This research used Utisol as a medium. The soil characteristic analysis result shown in Table 2. Observation, plant height, number of leaves, stem diameter, root length, dry weight of roots and shoots, and phosphor uptake. Result and discussion. Plant height. The average plant height was not significantly different at the age of 4, 5, and 7 months, but it was significantly different at the age of 6 and 8 months. The application of 50% and 75% of the standard dose plus 50 gram mycorrhiza at 8 months all were the best plant height compared to other treatments. The number of leaves. The number of leaves of oil palm seedling at the age of 4 to 6 months present no significant difference, but present a significant difference at the age of 7 and 8 months in the fertilization treatment with different dose and 50 gram of mycorrhiza. The application of 75% of the standard dose plus 50 gram mycorrhiza produced the most leaves. The observation of stem diameter present a significant difference between treatment on 8-month-old seedling. Application of 50% of the standard dose plus 50 gram mycorrhiza result in the large stem diameter. Root dry weight, root length, shoot dry weight, and pay uptake. Fertilization with different dose and the application of 50 gram mycorrhiza presents significantly different results between treatments on the observation of roots dry weight, shoot dry weight, and P uptake, but was not significantly different between root left. Conclusion: the growth of oil palm seedling on ultisol planting media with the application of 50% to 75% of the standard fertilization dose coupled with the application of 50 grams of mycorrhiza result in optimal growth. The utilization of mycorrhiza can reduce the application of inorganic fertilizers. The reduction in fertilizer dose is around 25% to 50%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sakia. Any questions? Anybody? No questions for Ibu Sakia? Okay. There are no questions for Ibu Sakia's research. I just would like to again highlight the importance of her research. And based on her research, the mycorrhiza utilization, it can reduce the application of inorganic fertilizers up to 25 to 50%. And these results also indicate the potential to reduce fertilization cost in oil palm nurseries. So I think this research is important for the oil palm companies to consider for future management. Because we already have discussions for each of the presenters, and we've already highlighted the importance of the each presentations, I would like to thank you for all the speakers for this afternoon's presentations. Mr. Joko Mijiarto from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur, and Ibu Siti Nurjana from the Faculty of Agricultural Hairun University, North Maluku, and then Ibu Hafiza Nahlunisa from the Universitas Pendidikan Mandalika, Mataram, and lastly to Ibu Sakia from Institut Teknologi Sawit Indonesia. And that concludes our afternoon sessions. We have a lot of time for break actually, because the closing will be at 5 p.m. Thank you again for joining for this afternoon sessions. Thank you again, speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We can have another break, and then we will be at 5 p.m. we'll have closing. So applause for the speakers and also the participants in hybrid sessions.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I've been watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I've been watching you. Oh, can't you see, you belong to me, and how my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, and every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Since you gone, I've been lost without a trace. I dream at night, I can Every smile you fake, every claim you stick, I'll be watching you. Every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. Every word you say, every game you play, I'll be watching you. Every vow you make, every smile you make, I'll be watching. Every word you say, every game you play, I'll be watching you. What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You've got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I'll give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down, and I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. Can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. So give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it although it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all You're my end in my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, and I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
I never came to the beach just to by the ocean. I never sat by the shore under the sun with my feet in the sand, but you brought me here, and I'm happy that you did. 'Cause now I'm as free as birds catching the wind.
I always thought I would sink, so I never swam. I never went boating, don't get how they're floating. And sometimes I get so scared of what I can't understand. But here I am, next to you. The sky's more blue in Malibu. Next to you in Malibu, next to you. We watch the sun go down as we're walking. I'd spend the rest of my life just standing here talking.
You would explain the current as I just smile, hoping that you'll stay the same and nothing will change, and it'll be us just for a while. Do they even exist? That's when I make the wish to swim away with the fish.
Is it supposed to be this hot all summer long? I never would have believed you if 3 years ago you told me I'd be here singing this song. But here I am, next to you. The sky's so blue in Malibu.
Please attention to all participants of the Third International Conference on Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation who are still outside of the ballroom. Please come inside and have a seat because we are going to have our closing ceremony soon. Thank you. right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We nearly come to the end of our conference today. I would like to invite the representative of the Board of Executive of Pusaka Kalam, Ibu Dr. Arziana Sungkar, to wrap up this conference with her closing speech. Ibu Dr. Arziana, the forum is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm representing Prof. Yanto here just because I speak English better than him, that's all. And it's faster so that we can have a faster closing. Okay, a greeting of peace and health to you all, and keynote speakers, presenters, and ladies and gentlemen. It has been a truly a great long day, and let me begin by saying Alhamdulillah. Thanks to the presence of Ilahi Rabbi for his blessing, we have all succeeded in completing the whole series of events in this conference. We are very grateful and proud of all the speakers, moderators, and participants who are enthusiastic in delivering these full day's presentations and discussion sessions. I hope that we have discussed today will become a record of the history of the Indonesian oil palm plantations, where in the future, our oil palm plantations are managed in accordance with the principles of the green economy. We have already heard very complete summaries from the session chairman, and I will not even try to repeat them. So instead, I would like to remind you that we still have a lot of homework to do, in particular to find appropriate innovations and technologies to optimize the use of biodiversities that can encourage an increase in the fertility of the land, control of weeds, pests and diseases of oil palm plants in order to increase the productivity of oil palm plantations that are cost-effective, environmentally friendly, and sustainable. And to do so, let us work together and share tasks in accordance to our respective areas of expertise and experiences. On behalf of the executive directors, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, for without whom this conference would not have been possible. Our distinguished speakers for their excellent thoughts, the session chairman, who keep things both under control and reasonably on time, and basically before the time, because we're supposed to have closing at 5, and we managed to have it before 5. So thank you for all the session chairmen and the speakers. And I would like to thank you all, the participants, for without your input, ideas, and discussions, this conference would not have been the success it has. And lastly, to all members of the organizing committee who have given their best to organize this event, despite the challenges in conducting hybrid conferences, and to all of you who have contributed to making this a great conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have had a long day and have participated actively, and I'm sure you are all looking forward to getting back to your respective homes. So I thank you once again for your participations and wish you all a safe journey home. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Arziana. So ladies and gentlemen, we finally arrive at the end of our conference. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation for the sponsors of our conference. Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, Badan Pengelola Dana Perkebunan Kelapa Sawit BPDPKS, Gabungan Pengusaha Perkebunan Kelapa Sawit GAPKI, PT Smart Terbuka, KLK Group, Kedutaan Besar Perancis, Institut Frances Indonesia, dan Asosiasi Petani Kelapa Sawit Indonesia, APKASINDO. Without your sponsorship, this conference might not be possible. Thank you. And to all participants, thank you for attending this conference, and I hope to to see you again in the next conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, right. Before you go home, we will have a photo session together. Di depan? Can the organizing committee please help with the directing? Yes, thank you.
Ada di bawah anjir.
Wali. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Bang, bang, bang. Anu, put. Putra, San. Bentar tuh. Ini Bang, put aja Pak. Ya.